throwing curveballs at us, and our brains are being forced to work in new and interesting ways.
Yeah, I think it's going to take us probably 2 weeks just to get used to this new schedule.
And then it'll all be forgotten by the time we get to Europe next month. And then we'll have to relearn it all over again.
We're looking at the Saturday, Sunday schedules, trying to figure out, hey, when are we on air? What do we start here?
Yeah.
What events? I feel like we've already tackled so many races yet.
And you're telling me so-and-so won that race, and I'm going, they did?
But no better way to start this afternoon with some 500-meter events.
The Splash and Dash, 8 heats, women's 500 meters. And we might as well start with the reigning Crystal Globe winner, Kristen Santos Griswold. You see the start list there. Santos Griswold, Zheng Chutang, Yana Khan, Lam Qingyan, Petra Vankova. And first and second from each race go to the quarterfinals, as well as a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters. And Santos Griswold, we've mentioned it in passing. Her off-season was derailed a little bit. Cycling crash, fractured her collarbone. But those injuries, if they're not, the fracture's not too severe, collarbones that tend to be relatively quick recoveries. As broken bones go anyway. And it is Zhang off to the lead.
Zhang opened up a nice little gap here. Kristen Santos Griswold is going to look to track her down.
Yana Khan right up behind as well. And Santos Griswold closing the gap. And there is the move up the inside, cool as you like.
Great execution there. I think she could have got that pass completed a little earlier. She could have built a little bit more speed on that entry. You saw her 2-footing all the way through, but Kristen Santos bringing it home.
And it will be the American doing the business.
You know, I think with Kristen Santos Griswold, it's kind of similar shades of reminiscence from last season's World Tour start. Just not quite, you know, things going her way in the first weekend of the short track World Tour, so trying to get a couple good races under her belt, you know, build some positive energy going forward through the rest of the weekend. So better skate there. Another look at her pass. Just watch, she gets tight on the entry. She gets no crossovers in there, so she could have got through a little bit quicker, tried to step over, get a little bit more room to get a crossover in, would have helped her carry some speed, but Zhang not able to respond there.
Santos Griswold rose as the season went on last year, and if you follow that form book, you're peaking just in time for February, which is the Olympic Games. And considering she nearly walked away from the sport once upon a time and has come back, well, the Olympics are what it's all about for her. Sort of the last feather in the cap. Just watching that third place time, Yana Khan, 43.737. Heat number 2, Cassandra Velzeboer, the Dutch Lions, Valentina Askic, Croatian Dalmatians, Wang Xingran of the Chinese Lungs, Barbara Samogi, Hungarian Falcons, and Hyo Jin Kim of the Australian Racing Roos. And do the graphics have the team logos now? I think I've just noticed that.
Oh, I was not looking at that monitor, but I'll be paying attention now.
And of course, a world-class start coming out from that woman.
Look at the lightning bolts on the helmet. I didn't notice that before.
And it's her and Kim Bouteng, really the two best in the world in the start. And it's Velzeboer skating off into the distance.
Well, that blistering open lap there. It's an unfair advantage when you got that much explosive power and speed that Cassandra Velzeboer has, that you can create such a gap on your competition and skate cleanly off the front without stress or pressure behind you.
And one more to go for the new sort of a deep blue purple helmet. Kind of matches her sister's, but it's Sandra Velzvor taking it, and Wang getting up for second. Is Askic going down there.
Well, a battle for that third place position between Samogi and Askic, looking for that time advancement possibility.
A lot of these sprinters were outside the arena over on the lunch break, doing practice starts, dry land starts, working with the band, with a coach. We're just kind of getting set up. It was interesting to see the different things skaters were doing. I, meanwhile, was juggling a soccer ball with some of the British skaters.
I thought you were going to say you were juggling some pasta down there in the lunchroom.
Well, I did that too, but, you know, one thing led to the other.
47 representing the Japanese ninjas, Kurokawa-ki. 101 representing
So nothing getting a look there. Second heat going through plainly. Velzbor and Wang Shinran into Samogi, 44.475. That is slower than the first heat. Now we'll have a look at the Canadian ice maple, Florence Brunel. Position number 1, Nicolas Mazur in 2, Kurokawa-ki, Japanese ninja Julie Latai, and Sofia Kanya. We had a winner in the 500 in Tilburg. Weekend number 5 back in February.
Go to the start.
Good start from Latai, but a spill on the corner. Kurokawa goes down, and in the 500 meters, that means they take it back to the start.
Well, you can hear the clash of the blades making contact on that corner entry where Kurokawa-ki went down and returned. Another look at it. Right there is that clash of the skates right before the first block.
So we'll bring it back. They'll check the condition of the ice. Latai getting the blades looked at. Looks like the bolts are... You explain what the bolt was they're doing to the bolts there.
Well, what we have is all the blades are bent, so the blades hold the bend to help the skaters navigate the corner. Now, what happens if you take a strike from another blade or a heavy contact, it can take out some of the bend. So what they're doing is they're looking to release some of that tension that might be built up in the blade by loosening the bolts. Hopefully that bend springing back into place and then retightening. Alternative here, we see Kurokawa-ki changing a blade out completely, so she's the one who had that heavy clash. She might have had a stripped edge, possible chunk of the blade missing there. So remove all fuller bolts under the mounting blocks, throw on a new blade, bolt it back down, make sure it's tight, back to the race.
It was Catherine Reuter-Adamek who told me that if there was any doubts about the new blade going on, the new blade was once your favorite old blade.
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit worn, but you did love it once upon a time.
You're just trying to have to ignore that you've changed that blade and have faith in it and go.
Go to the start.
And another good start from Latai, getting in front of Kurokawa, but it is Brunel using position 1 to the advantage. Ahead of Mazur, Latai now getting right up behind Mazur. Brunel goes down.
Well, there's a bit of a domino effect there from Latai, running up to Mazur, who kind of then was nudged into Florence Brunel, creating some contact from behind. I'm sure we'll have a review of that later. Right now we have Mazur out front.
1 and 2 right now. Kanya in third, but it is a clear advantage right now. Mazur and Latai, you see the yellow dot on your screen, that means it is under review, and that's that early move. But Mazur first over the line, Latai second, and we will see how those results hold. Time 44.9 was the third place time, so that looks like it is the slowest one right now. We'll
watch the replay here. Julie Latide looking to make that inside pass on Mazur, kind of running up. That pushed Mazur into Florence Brunel. That contact, you could see the elbow kind of on the back of Florence Brunel as she went down in the corner.
So what is looking at possible inside skater failure to give way. That would be a possible advancement for Brunel. When it's too fastest third place, there would go one out the door if that advancement does happen. Inside the room, they get all the angles that Tyler wishes he had.
Here you see that hand on the back of Brunel.
It looks so slight though.
Yeah, but you're already so low in position, and then all that just to set that balance off a little bit. That's all it takes. We're skating on 1.1 millimeter blades here, so the finest of margins.
Penalty, number 29, Poland. Advancement, number 8, Canada.
And there you have it, and it is Mazur who gets penalized for that. So it all does begin here, but I guess they ruled that that was not the actual beginning of it.
Yeah, that's tough because Mazur is just trying to defend her position. It does take a little bit of a speed, you know, a little bit of that contact from Latide transferring to her. She really had nowhere to go, unfortunately.
And so it is Mazur penalized. Brunel advance. That means Latide wins the heat. Kurokawa goes in second and will move on. So there goes one of those third place times. And so a reminder right now, it is 44.475 belonging to Barbara Samogi. Next heat has Hanna Desmet leading the way. Natalia Malashevska, Fan Keshin, Nakashima Mide, and Katarina Budic. And so already the depth starting to show itself in this distance.
Go to the start. Ready.
Fan, 32 years old. Absolutely storied career for the Chinese long skater, but it's Desmet off the front right now.
Number 24, Natalia Malashevska.
The advantage of that inner lane position for Hanna Desmet was needed. You have the likes of Natalia Malashevska with a blistering fast start who was held at bay in the second position here.
The Belgian skater Hanna Desmet out in front. She's followed in second by Natalia Malashevska. Sitting in third place.
Still leading the way, and it's very compact now.
Japanese skater, but well defended.
Nakashima lost some speed going into the back of Fan, but it is Desmet trying to go wire to wire. And she will do just that. Malashevska second. Nakashima tried to make it close, but Fan held on rather. But a 43, that is the first races that we have a third place time in the 43s. That would be the new front runner.
No, first heat had a 43.7
Right,
there, but
43.7, but it still would be faster.
yes.
That's what I was saying. Desmet leading from the front the entire time. Takes this one. And next. Oh my. I mean, look at the start list. You'll see it in a moment, but you'll know what I'm talking about as Desmet and Malashevska go through, and Fan will watch. The next heat has Kim Bouteng, 2024 world champion. Pardon me. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Still, even look at this one. Michelle Velzeboer, Kiana Betty, Courtney Saroux, Malika Yermak, and Lee So-Yun. So you look at the likes of Michelle Velzeboer, Chiara Betti, Courtney Saroux, all elite skaters. Not to overlook the likes of Yermak and Lee So-Yun. Lee, who has been around the sport, 32 years old. Her own storied career. Stumble by Yermak. They will not bring that one back because it was self-inflicted, unfortunately, so it's really down to 4 here. Michelle Velzeboer, Betti, a really 500-meter specialist, and Saroux, who is absolutely flying high right now. And Saroux looking up the outside. Is that going to lead to something? She does try to push it around the outside again. The door is just not open there. Now she goes. And still good defense from Betti. Try and try and try again. Saroux, this time she might make it stick for second. It is Michelle Velzeboer. No, it's Saroux who wins the heat. I think Saroux got that one. They're staking that claim right now. But Saroux just going from strength to strength. She kept pushing around the outside. Persistence paying off. And Michelle Velzeboer led for most of that one. I think she got nipped at the line there. But Betti staying very well defensively for so long. Just keeping Saroux at bay. Get that four-line finish in. All comes down to the reach, really. Of course, Saroux, one of the taller skaters, bigger reaches, and she did, in fact, win the heat. Velzeboer second, Betti up for third, 42.987, the first third-place time in the 42s. Lee So-Yun just 100th of a second back, but right now it's Betti on that bubble place for the quarterfinals. And now, look at this heat. Kim Boutin, Kim Gili, Selma Poutsma, Eva Grenouillou, and Yelizaveta Sidorko. Poutsma impressing in her heat this morning, or her preliminary. Looking to return to the top, to the very best. But you have an elite starter here in Boutin. Never mind former Crystal Globe winner Kim Gili. And there you go, Boutin and Poutsma. Their trademark starts.
Well, if Poutsma could just tuck into the back of Kim Boutin here, skate comfortably. They're opening up a good lead, but Poutsma's looking for the inside pass here. Not quite.
Kim Gili can close that gap, and I think that's exactly what she's going to do right now. But she is running out of time. Just showing how important a start is in the 500 meters. Kim is closing. But we'll see if it's too little, too late. It is Boutin going, Poutsma second, just ahead of Kim Gili.
Well, what I really like from Poutsma there is sometimes late in the race on the last turn entry, she goes too tight and she dumps some speed trying to pivot and hold it tight to block. What she did there behind Kim Boutin is on that last entry, she shifted over, and then that allowed her to exit tighter, carry more speed to defend her position against the likes of Kim Gili.
This might be our new fastest third place time. Kim Gili at 42.710. That would be faster slightly than Betti. But Kim, 500 meter, maybe not her best event, but she does go, at least for now, sitting on the bubble. 2 races still to come, but they're getting quicker.
Well, already 1 advancement, so only 1 time position possibly available.
Next heat, another good one. Chae Minjong, Camila Cellier, Martina Valchipina, Berenice Combi, and Diana Vegi, who put in a good race earlier. Valchipina.
Great start from third position from Valchipina.
One of these returning skaters out with something to prove here.
Keep an eye on Choi Min Jong, just a beautiful skater and passer. Oh,
Combi goes down, allows Cellier to close it up. Beggy just losing contact a bit. Now Choi goes around the outside. Valchipina, what's left in the legs? One to go. She's being attacked by all sides. Cellier can't get past. Choi can. There will be a review, but it looks like Choi Min Jong taking it ahead of Valchipina.
Well, Choi Min Jong showing patience and composure there, waiting for the moment. As we got further into the race, what you want to do, it's the hardest part of the race is in the middle of the 500 when skaters are going top speed. They're going there very fast at those laps 2 and 3, but as they fatigue, the speed starts to slow down in that last lap, the last lap and a half. Choi Min Jong waiting for that moment and then saying, hey, I'm just going to strike, go around the outside. And it's just so hard to do at that speed and that late in the race, but that's why she's an Olympic champion.
Valchipina wasn't able to fend off one attack, but was able to fend off Cellier. And so 44.135 for Camila Cellier, not enough to move on. So the 2 automatic spots go to Choi and Valchipina. Kim Geely just has to sit for one more heat to see if that time holds up. Her 42.710 survives the first challenge. In the last heat.
Well, I think that time's going to be very difficult to beat. That 42.71, that was a very quick race with Boutin and Poutsma.
Corin Stoddart, Ariana Fontana, Elena Krylova, Annabelle Green, and Tinnika Dendalk. And how might a complexion of a race change when you have a good starter like Green coming out of position 4?
Well, Green's quick, but we'll see if she can match the likes of Stoddart and Fontana there, because
that's tough to do.
It is.
That's my analysis for the day. Stumbles off the line.
Clash skates there with Ariana Fontana.
For a moment, I thought maybe she did go down on her own, but they did whistle it back.
With the 2+2 advancement into the quarterfinals in this women's 500-meter distance, we've got number 3 from the USA, Qualification.
Well, we often like to spend a lot of time talking about the decorated Ariana Fontana. Just talking about this is her 20th year on the world circuit. 2 decades of international racing at this level.
She was already a few years deep when some of these skaters were seeing. Think of, you know, there's a 17-year-old out there who, when they were born, Fontana was already heading into her 3rd year.
Fontana was already wearing an Olympic medal around her neck before they were born.
Turin, 2006. She was 15 competing in that one.
And what a story to have this come back 20 years later, going back to Italy, where it all really began for her at the Olympic stage.
Turin, a very fun games. The medals were just essentially circles. They're representative of the piazzas.
They're usually kind of circles, right?
Well, yes, a circle with the hole in the middle. So you know what I mean? Yes, they're circles, but
they were Cheerios,
kind of, or a donut, but they were representative of piazzas. And so yes, thank you for making me refine my discussion.
Making it sound like pizza, though. I'm kind of getting hungry.
And so, of course, the medal design, has it been released yet for 2026?
Yeah, it has.
It has.
It's
yeah,
quite clean. It's quite simple. It's quite elegant. I like it. Getting a glimpse of Richard Schubert here, getting the drill going. Let's go, Shuey. We got you on the clock. How quick can you get it done?
There should be pit crew times like in
F1 there, right?
Yeah.
But they do have a bit of a time limit. They have to make these changes quickly. You can see the official there standing, watching over, making sure they're not wasting any time.
Well, I'm sure the athlete also wants to get back going too before things really start to tighten up out there.
Yeah, you don't want to start getting cold, that's for sure.
Neither you or I were in Seoul last year, but the warnings of everybody was just how cold it was inside the arena. They made it seem like they were sitting there under piles of blankets and still not warm enough. Well, I still think they're being dramatic, but
well, it's so important that you stay warm. Warm muscles are proven to be more efficient than cold muscles when active. That's why you see those big, long, sleeping bag looking coats keeping them warm on the ice.
time everybody gets through. Green did not look fully confident on those blades around that corner.
Well, we've got to see Corey Stoddard in the relay looking strong. This is the first time we're really getting to see her get after it in a 500 meter. She's looking powerful out there, putting a gap on Ariana Fontana. That's opening up a bit of a gap here.
And there's a move for second. Fontana holding it off. Krylova not able to do it, but Stoddard. This is a bit of a statement from the American. Throws it down and takes heat number 8.
What a strong
2.8. That's one of the quicker ones we've seen. Fontana for second, Krylova in third. So it does look like Kim's time will hold up.
We've talked about those blade changes, Gavin. Annabelle Green going through a blade change there, and it's, some skaters are more in tune with their equipment, or they just are hypersensitive to how their blades feel. And a blade change, as much as you have to try to get out of your mind, just know that these were the blades that you had before and you used to like them, but that's a mental hurdle for some athletes, and they're just less confident in something. And I wonder if that had a little bit of an impact on the mental state of Annabelle Green going into that race, because it wasn't her prototypical start that she got off the line to.
Lost a little balance on the first corner, and when you're trying to gain speed, that sets you back in a big way. List of the qualifiers, moving into the heats. And the one advancement, Florence Brunel, Kim Gili, the one third-place qualifier moving on. You'll notice the ice is very full. That means we are getting into relay time. Men's 5,000 meter quarterfinals coming at you in just a moment.
This is something that, we saw it yesterday, but it's not very common to have 5 teams in a relay race.
And we're seeing that in the first 2 heats.
16 skaters on the ice surface is already a lot. You put 20 in the mix, things can happen. This is, I'm thinking of our track stewards right now, because there's going to be a lot of chaos. There's a lot of skaters moving on and off the track, trying to get prepared, trying to fetch those blocks over the course of this relay, which is 45 laps long. So
they have a world champion out there. They're fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's a world champion. Track steward is the next thing. First heat. Canadian Ice Maples, Belgian Ice Bears, USA Eagles, Norwegian Vikings, Latvian Golden Stars. Buckle up. With this many teams, nothing will be as it seems.
Go to the start. Ready.
A little bit of movement on the line there. For a race that tends to start slowly, these guys are a little bit eager.
I think there's a malfunction there with the gun, or a misfire, if you will, even though electronic.
Ready.
This time they do get away, and
First,
it is Maxime Laoune for the Canadians, Marcus Howard for the USA Eagles, Ward Pitre for the Ice Bears. Frederick Pedersen was just on. Now he gives way to Mika Klepstuen on the front. number 1. Big Will Dongenew.
USA in the Eagles, we have number 22, Andrew Hill. 23,
This race, advancement's 2+0, so there's no concern about time there. Athletes can be a little less, a little more relaxed early. They're not going to try to push the pace, but you have a lot of teams on the ice, so you still want to try to position yourself towards the front, so you're going to have better and cleaner exchanges. However, as the teams may try to make moves towards the front, that just naturally increases the pace.
Interesting that Latvia starts with Robert Krusberg as their perhaps most renowned skater.
Well, what that'll mean, he'll be their second last skater on the ice, looking to make that exchange. They may be looking at him as someone who's going to get them in a position to attack at the finish and have a great push.
There's ends now on for Latvia. The likes of Norway, the Norwegians, and the Latvians didn't do all the World Tour events last year, but they get the full complement this time because they want to get those Olympic qualifying spots, because as Tyler's pointed out, there's only 8.
Yeah, huge, implications on going through this relay race right here to guarantee you into the top 8 of the semifinals. That would be a huge result for a lot of these teams. They're going to use their best relay results to collect points to qualify them to the Olympic Games, and that would just be massive for those teams.
Belgian Ice Bears did pick up a relay silver medal behind the Dutch Lions in Tilburg last season. But now they're sitting in 4th as Frederick Pedersen gets the Vikings up to 3rd. Andrew Heo now trailing William Dongenew.
So usually it's not till about that inside 2,000 meters, which is about 18 laps to go, where we really see teams starting to push to position themselves towards the front to get that advantage of being in the lead of this relay. We still got about 10 laps till we get to that point, but there's that little bit of added pressure. Will teams try to strike a little bit earlier to get ahead? There's that little bit added pressure, as we talked about.
And so often when you're sitting on the front, Tyler, you're kind of mostly away from drama that can unfold as skaters try to make moves amidst themselves.
Well, the other advantage is if you are in the front and there's an infraction and a penalty against you, from another skater, you're also in a position to be advanced through, which is also a bit of a safety net as long as you skate clean and skate smart from the lead.
Bit of a mistake. I saw the Norwegians sort of tried to pass, didn't quite do it, and then that affected their exchange and allowed the U.S. to get back up into 3rd.
Yeah, you really want to be sure about those passes, because if you don't make that pass attempt, you have to drop off your speed. You can leave the door open for another team to make a move.
Felix Roussel has Van Damme behind him.
Well, the Canadian Ice Maples out front the whole way. We've seen a lot of jockeying for position in behind. A lot of movement there, but we have the Ice Bears tracking down in 2nd right now.
The Ice Bears really showed the benefits of being a strong team. You're not a collection of individuals. Because Desmet, of course, headlines that team. Gap all closed up right now as we go inside. 18 laps to go. Dubois still on the front for the Canadians.
Pace is slowly dropping down. 8-6 lap in the last lap from Stephen Dubois.
Di Clemente now trying to eye a move for the U.S., trying to get back into 2nd. The elastic really stretching for 4th and 5th. The Norwegian Vikings fighting to stay on.
And what becomes a challenge is if you're a team off the bat, once you do exchange, you have the previous skaters that you're trying to maneuver around to get back into the race, but you affect your track pattern.
And at this stage of the race, as the ice gets a little bit more worn, the legs get a bit more fatigued, there is the chance for individual mistakes to happen as the Latvians get up into 4th, but the Canadians skating away.
Well, the Ice Maples just dropped their lap times down to 8.3s, 8.4s. That created a lot of separation between them and the rest of the relay teams out there.
Just shifting into another gear now. The Canadians, world champions. distance winners on the World Tour last year.
9 laps remaining. A heated battle for second between the Eagles and the Ice Bears here. But the ice is deteriorating now as we've gone through already 38 laps of the track with 5 teams. That really adds a lot of abuse to the ice surface.
And it is Donjanu. The Canadians on their own. The real battle is for second right now. DeSmet has Andrew Heo behind him. Brandon Kim coming in for the USA Eagles.
And the teams have to be paying incredibly close attention, monitoring their skaters, their teammates on the track in case there's any incidents that are available to tag up as quickly as possible.
Clemente outside into second. And the U.S. changing it up on the fly. They're going to do their exchange now to Marcus Howard. But this one is on the knife edge for second. All Donjanu has to do is keep the blades on the ice. Andrew Heo, Stan DeSmet, never ever afraid to make the pass. He's going to have one last go at it. Donjanu, the Canadians run now. DeSmet on the inside for second.
What a huge pass from Stan DeSmet. This is massive for the Ice Bears team.
At the death. You look back at little moments that define whether qualification for an Olympics is done or not, and how important might that be? Stan DeSmet calmly up the inside. No rush at all in there.
Well, just a beautiful last move. Stan DeSmet never going to back down from making the move in the last lap. That's a huge result for that Ice Bears team. You spoke about it earlier, Gavin. They're a team that really comes together. While they may not have the same strength to match some of the top teams individually, as a unit, they're just a great team.
So the other countries who did not advance, they'll have to go through the ranking situation, the ranking finals, to get as many results as they can, get as many points as they can for qualification. But Canada does the business, and DeSmet, a woo and a fist pump, and a good result for them. That's only one race. We have 3 to go, and this one also with 5 teams. The Chinese Lungs, the Kazakh Nomads, the British Royals, the Bulgarian Kings, and the German Wolves. The Lungs second in the distance in this discipline on World Tour last season. They also were World Championship silver medalists behind the Canadians.
I think we'll get our first look at Liu Shaolin on the ice now.
I think you might be right. I'm trying to think of what he might have done.
Well, he was absent in the individual events.
He also, just the nondescript helmet, trying to sneak in under the radar. The white helmet, his brother has a black helmet, but his brother is not in this one.
Go to the start. Ready.
Second quarterfinal race, the men's high
Off and away, second quarterfinal.
5 teams again on track for this one with a 2+0 advancement. We have Team China, the Loans, wearing number 30, Lin Xiaojun, 33,
Niall Tracy on the ice right now. Got engaged in the off-season.
14, Kazakhstan, the Nomads,
the Ireland to him. Oh yeah, she said yes. Gotta finish that story. Can't just leave it hanging.
108, Mersing Chakhlayev. For Great Britain, the Royals.
Lou Shaolin on the ice right now.
Tracy, 56,
For the
Theo
Lungs.
Collins, 89, Willem Murray,
Riches
and 90,
on
Peter
the front.
Riches.
Dive up the inside. Of course, the Nomads, European champion, or European Asian champions. They won at the Asian Games last year, last season.
Stefan Alexander Gorbachev, and 82, Maxim Maximov. Finally, 14, Germany, the Wolves. There's 92, Robin Bendig, 93.
So still a comfortable pace here. We're seeing them track in the 9.6, 9.7 range. You know, once they get going, they can get down to those low to mid 8-second lap times. But again, it's one of those factors when you have 5 teams on the ice, 20 skaters out there doing more damage to the ice there, just wearing it. You get to the final laps, when you're the most fatigued, the speed is the highest, and the ice conditions are also the worst, and that's when drama can unfold.
Riches back on the ice. In addition to Niall Tracy, there's Theo Collins and Willem Murray. Name we haven't seen too often.
Gali Akhmatov making another move up into 3rd position for the Nomads.
This is Theo Collins on the ice right now. The Lungs have Lin Xiaojun, Li Wenlong, Lu Shaolin, and Zhang Bohao. Their way up, Lebevchenko, Adil Galiakhmatov, Nurtalet Kashgali, and Mercedes Zaksabayev. It's Murray on the front for the Royals right now. Still everyone together. The German Wolves sitting in 4th. Robin Bendig, Jonas Hammermuller, Ben Jung, and Jonathan Roskenbleck. It's Roskenbleck on the ice for them right now. And he will bring in Hammermuller.
So in this relay, after you make your exchange, after you've been on track, you're doing everything you can to try to just rest and recover. But at the same time, you do have to be mentally on point, helping watch your team, look for any potential recovery. So you're trying to physically recover, but mentally you can't take a break. You still got to be focused.
Riches back in.
We saw that drama unfold yesterday in the women's 3,000-meter relay, where tag-ups were maybe a little bit slow or missed with the Japanese Ninjas team there. Those could be devastating to the end result because you never know what might happen. You're never out until the race is over in a relay.
Business about to pick up as the Chinese Lungs take the lead.
Hit 20 laps to go here.
See if Tracy wants to fight that plate back because he loves to lead from the front, but of course you're only doing about 2.5 laps a time, and he loses balance on the corner. And that costs him a position. And it's Willem Murray going up the inside with a nice move. And now he's trying to go for the lead, but Lu Shaolin says, "What are you doing there?" And he shuts the door. This might be where we see the Lungs really start to shift, but the Nomads pressure it up right back into second.
It becomes so difficult when those legs are feeling heavy to make those tight inside passes because you got so much more force that you're generating on that tight entry and trying to turn to the corner. The Nomads taking a look there.
The Royals not out of this by any stretch. But Tracy battling his blades. He looks like he's just losing his grip a little bit, but Murray trying up the inside. He left it very late.
I think we're seeing those ice conditions where skaters are struggling to hold those corner exits a little bit. But that jockeying for second position has allowed the Chinese lungs to open up a nice, healthy lead here.
It's a real race for second right now. The lungs in control for the moment. But of course, as we're noticing the ice go a little bit, any misplaced blade or any wrong move can send your team flying into the mats. Tracy with a bit of breathing room, but there is that earlier pass that's going to get looked at. Willem Murray persisted on a pass, perhaps left it a bit too late.
Coming up on 5 laps to go now. We have seen Niall Tracy really struggling with his blades on that corner as the ice is getting chewed. Maybe he's got a stripped edge. The Royals are pulling back in, though, creating a bit of a lead on the Nomads.
Now the Nomads pulling back. Lebivchenko closing it right up on Theo Collins.
Last
One more
exchange
coming. And now the lungs are going into traffic.
Look at that wide speed track of Niall Tracy. The Wolves got to get out of the way as they're being lapped here.
I think they did. They did just enough. And so unofficially over the line, the Chinese lungs. The Royals make it close. If the result holds, it's a very good one for them.
You can see the relief there, the joy, the fist pump from Niall Tracy there, holding on to that well-earned second place position, but we do have to go to the review.
It's a possible inside skater failure to give way, and that is when the pass happened. And so it unfolded almost in slow motion. It was by no means a quick pass. He didn't get it right away. Have to be impressed. The Royals, you know, one of those teams that will be scrapping for one of those relay spots, and certainly a lot to be gained from this performance when you go toe-to-toe. Even that's the pass right there, going toe-to-toe with the Asian champions.
Just huge implications for the team if you can qualify that relay position, get 5 of your teammates to the Olympic Games. There's a lot of pressure too on the whole programs, the coaches, the results that they're expected to get, and the funding that comes along with Olympic success. So a lot riding on everybody, not just the skaters on the ice, but the entire programs themselves and the funding they may receive from Olympic medals that they could get in Milano Cortina.
Just a great back and forth battle. This is the pass. This is the incident. Possible failure to give way. And is there ever, if you ever a skater, is ever are you ever thinking, I don't have this, I'm going to back off?
Yeah,
but there's minimal contact, if any. But
it was certainly tight on the entry. It looks just both skaters are battling here. I don't know if it could be a possible shared responsibility, but I'm not going to pass any judgments on that.
That's not your job.
You know, I don't get paid to make those calls, fortunately.
But for the Nomads, it didn't cost them much speed. They didn't, they were right back in the mix of things, just keeping up the fight. And here we go to the ice.
Penalty, Team Great Britain.
And there you go. The penalty is given to Great Britain. So that means Kazakhstan gets up into the Nomads, getting up into that second position. Failure to give way. He just wasn't in front. I guess it's the looks of things. The shoulders weren't level until it was already underway.
Yeah, and it's so tough. You could see he kind of have a bit of a slip as he was trying to make that pass there, and then that just didn't allow him to get fully in front of the Nomad skater at that moment.
Now we're down to a little more space on the track. 2 more to go. We've got the Gladiators, we've got the Ninjas, we've got the Hussars. And we have the Wildcats. Lucas Speckenhauser to start things off for the Italian side. Yoshinaga Kazuki for Japan. Michał Niewinski from Poland. And Rostislav Leontenko for the Wildcats. And at this stage of the game, how cautious, it's got to be like skating on eggshells, knowing that the ice has gone through 2 relays with 5 teams apiece.
Yeah, so what skaters are doing, they're identifying which tracks have been used. So you can see that their track is shifted all the way to one end of the ice. That means that everything outside on the far corner to our right from us, Gavin, that's all fresh, clean ice that they know they can go deep, they can go wide on, and they're going to be on clean ice. However, on the other corner where it's shifted all the way, there's been a lot of races already skated on those tracks. They have to be cautious. If they go too wide, you just see that right there. Was that Prima Talley slipping on one of the old used tracks from the previous races? You've got to be cognizant of that in this corner here.
You showed us in Beijing after the World Championships, we got to go on the ice, and you showed us the groove.
Yeah,
it was really pronounced.
They can get very deep, and then like we had 5 teams in both previous relays, plus that round of 500 meters already on those tracks.
It is the Ninjas on the front. I believe it's Yoshinaga, and he will get Miyata Shogo in there.
So we'll be paying close attention to this turn right here as we move through the race.
Siegel behind Miyata. And Pigeon is up there. So it looks like Pigeon will be the anchor leg, so to speak. Iwasa Dan. Ninjas cling to the lead for the moment, but we're waiting for that other shoe to drop right now. It's the getting to know you stage of the race. Japanese Ninjas picked up a silver medal in the relay in Seoul last season. So everyone together.
Well, I expect those to be our finishing 4 skaters that we just saw exchange.
Like Hyundai was just on the ice for the Wildcats.
Pigeon, Pietro Siegel, Miyata Shogo, Ole Hyundai.
Japan out in front, Italian Gladiators in second, Polish Hussars in
Watanabe
third,
Keita.
Wildcats in fourth.
He has Thomas Mazzolini behind him. Speckenhauser onto the ice. I always like to say it's at 20 that the fireworks really get going. Now they are winding up right now as Siegel hits the front. Never count out Polish Hussars.
Well, the Gladiators now starting to push the pace.
Grip now really becoming an issue. See some of the Ukrainians there really going wide. Almost passengers at that point. It gets us down to 3 teams. With Lucas Speckenhauser on the front. Siegel, Miyata, Pigeon. These will be the finishers. Now leading the way, Łukasz Kuczynski sitting at the back there. No give up from the Ukrainian Wildcats either. They continue to scrap, trying to close that gap.
Yeah, they want to keep this race in check, keep close, because if anything goes wrong, any mishaps from the lead 3 teams, that door could be wide open for the Wildcats at the end.
And we don't need to say that anything can happen. It's just assumed here. It's going to be Hyundai coming in for the Wildcats. If a team spirals off, or 2 teams, the Wildcats would suddenly find themselves in position. Right now, everyone keeping the blades ice side down.
Vitali really attacking that corner exit. You can see that quick acceleration out of the corner. Trying to get this race moving now with 10 laps to go. Oh, Natalini really deep on that left push. Almost caught himself there.
How much strength is required to keep those legs down when that happens?
Well, they're going at about 2.5 Gs, so you know, double your weight, 2.5 times your weight on one leg.
Inside, 8 to go. Once again, the finishers back out. I think we've lost the Ukrainians. I do not see anyone on the ice for them.
Right there.
There they go. Sorry, I missed that. I think they were getting lapped, so they had to just get out of the frame.
Out of the way, yeah.
So I think they were sitting out wide, and so I didn't think they were on the racing line. Either way.
Well, the Gladiators doing a tremendous job keeping the pace high at the front, not letting anyone try to make a move on them yet as we move towards the final laps.
One more exchange coming. And here it comes. Sigel, Miata, and Pigeon. The Hussars have lost a little bit of ground, but Pigeon really has nothing left to do but chase. Sigel on the front, Miata closing in, and here comes Pigeon. It is 3 teams going for 2 places. Pigeon up the inside, not able to do it.
Well, great finishing push from Pigeon to try to give himself a chance to get across the line in second. We got to get a closer look at those blades. They seem to be really working for him.
Yeah, the different look. I asked you what was happening yesterday, and you explained what was going on, but they look radically different.
The blades are under so much pressure as the skaters are going around the corners. There happens to be a lot of flexion happening. So over recent years, we've seen the addition of a bar, which is a post going between the front and the back mounting cup that adds some added stiffness. Now Pigeon, he has his extending out to the front and the heel of the blade to also support it. So previously it was mostly just in the middle of the foot. Well, I haven't seen blades like that before where that extended bar now also supports the toe and the heel of the blade from flexing. So that probably keeping that bend more stable, that blade from flexing less in the turn and feeling more stable for him.
Made it close with that anyway. He tried the late move, and I think discretion the better part of valor. He did not want to risk getting penalized there, because a penalty here means you can't go in those rankings, those ranking finals, and that affects your points.
Yeah, and you can see Miata Shogo there was looking at the Gladiators. He realized going to the last half lap, I'm not going to be able to make a pass. I cannot give up my second position. So he changed his attention rather than to that first place to defending his second position to go through. And he threw down a little bit of a deep track. That's what kind of sent Pigeon up the inside there. But him pinching him off, Pigeon just couldn't skate through it without an infraction.
The presence of mind at that speed, at that time in the race.
Well, we might get this is the last 2 laps here again, so we might get another look at it. As Shogo went second for the Ninjas. No, they cut us off early.
You painted a great word picture anyway, so I could see it in my mind.
Great, thank you.
Pinched him off, could not go up the inside without risking an infraction. I could see that.
Some might call me an artist of sorts.
Hey, you're a wordsmith. And there's still one more to go. Dutch Lions and Korean White Tigers in the same field. Hungarian Falcons and the Turkish Anatolian Pars. Dutch Lions relay winners on World Tour last year on their home race in Tilburg. White Tigers, no victories for them last season on World Tour. They did finish with a bronze medal at the World Championships. But of course, as we've discussed, it's a completely new Korean side.
Ready.
Korea has Hong Kyung-hwan, Lee Jung-min, Lee Jun-seo, and Shin Dong-min.
We have a team of the Netherlands, the Dutch Lions. We're number 2, Jens van Gaal.
So now, if you're just paying attention to the blocks, they've completely flipped the block pattern from the previous race. We've gone from one extreme to the other extreme. So on the corner right now, we have a lot of open ice to the right, but that's a lot of used tracks. In the corner we're on right now, we're furthest as we can be on the blocks, so it's going to be fresh ice outside.
Sure as the sun will rise, Lee Jun-soo is back for another relay here. He's part of the silver medal relay winning Korean side from 2022.
The Anatolian bars. We have number 31,
I believe that's him on the ice right now.
number 57, Matahan Atan, and 144, Denise Bush.
On a car on the ice for the Anatolian Pars right now. Jens van Fout sitting on the back right behind Won Jun Moon. Look for second. On the ice right behind Dennis Orrs right now. Still 34 laps to go.
This moment, everybody content with their position, not looking to spend any unnecessary energy passing too early in this race as we come upon 30 laps to go.
Always watching the orange at the back. When do the Lions pounce? Toss coming in right now. It's right behind Orrs. Hungary has Peter Yashipati, Won Jun Moon, Benson Ogradati, and Daniel Kiborch. And it's Yashipati on the ice right now.
Tunbor looking for a move into third.
Makes that one stick. Down to 26 laps to go. Won Jun Moon sitting in second for the Hungarians, and that's the move for the lead on the exchange. Yes, they make that stick.
The Hungarian Falcons are making some great exchanges. You can see a few times they're running up on the White Tigers in front of them, but that lead is turned right back over, and the Dutch Lions move up into second position.
On the exchange, Koss into second.
Bit of a contact there between the Pars and the Anatolian Pars and Falcons.
And here's for the lead. Bohr.
There go the Dutch Lions. With Turnbull taking the lead in front of
Jens van Fout on the front. A very difficult man to pass.
Well, we see the pace just dropped to 8.6, 8.7 lap times here. They were rolling at about 9.2, 9.3, so now the race is heating up with 18 laps to go.
Dutch Lions 1, Korean White Tigers 2, Hungarian Falcons 3, and Team 3 sitting in
And it's Orrs coming in for the Anatolian Pars.
16 laps to go.
At the front, it's Dan Koss, T-Borch in for the Falcons, and it's a move for the lead from the White Tigers right before the exchange.
Well, we'll see if the Lions and the White Tigers can try to create some separation here. Peter Yashipati, though, keeping them in check. They've just relaxed the pace a little bit there. That's allowed the Falcons and Antonio Pars to close the gap a little bit. As the ends man, well, looks up the inside, tight entry. He's able to make it hold.
And it's all together behind him. That's allowed, and there's a bit of a slip from the White Tigers. The door's open, wasn't able to get through. Wear and tear now on that ice. Now the separation once again. Heart in the throat moments perhaps for the White Tigers. Very close on that exchange. Toon-Boer.
Well, we have a bit of a gap opening up here. They want to keep that separation, but not take any unnecessary risks at this point of the race as we move towards 6 laps to go.
We have mixed relays coming up as well, and some teams perhaps juggling their lineups in advance of that. You don't see Rim Jong-un on the ice for the Koreans. No Hwang Dae-hyun either. But it is Dan Koss right now.
Well, Dan Koss a little bit wide on that corner exit. That allows the White Tigers to sneak through.
So there's one more exchange coming. Lee Jun-so to come in for the White Tigers. Jens Vanetvout in for the Lions. Are they going to try to risk it? Knowing the top two, they're fine. One to go. Vanetvout now drops a hand. Now makes the move. Oh! Just barely hangs on. Little shrug. That could have been disaster had it gone awry.
Both teams wanted the win despite they were both assured to move on.
I'm sure the blood pressures of a few Dutch skaters and coaches at their rose a little bit there for a moment.
A little hotter than the collar. Woo! Shake it off, shake it off.
There was sort of a hand gesture that Jens did that sort of, well, I was going for it. But you gotta love the confidence that even at that stage of the game, he is confident he can make a move, and if it doesn't work, he's still on his skates.
I don't think we've got any reviews there.
Nope, I think we are clear. And after that many relays, you'd better believe they are going to resurface this ice. That was just Danny LeMay there, one of the assistant referees, just holding something that was found on the ice.
I think it might be a tip from a glove that may have fallen off that he picked up.
Okay. The ice is going to get some TLC now for a bit. When we come back, it's going to be just one event before that. There's the results confirmed. White Tigers winning, the Dutch Lions picking up the second qualifying spot. So the teams that did not advance will go through ranking races later on. So there's your 8. Moving on to the semifinals. The semis in the men's 500 meters ends the day Saturday and ends the weekend on Sunday. At least that's how it's been previously, and I think there's no change to that either way. When we come back, women's 1,500 meter quarterfinals. It's a quick one because they're doing the quarterfinals and then we do another resurfacing right away. So you see the time on the screen, 2:37 local time. That's in 14 minutes from now. So set your watches. We'll be back soon.
Racing will resume at 2:37 p.m. The coast of Hong here today. We have Subway available on the west side, and we also have the Speed Skating Canada kiosque, le kiosque patinage de vitesse Canada, et aussi on a Subway présent du côté ouest. J'aimerais aussi prendre l'opportunité de remercier nos partenaires et commanditaires. I'd like to take a moment to thank our partners and sponsors. Thank you to the ISU International Skating Union, to Helio, CNSG China National Sports Group, PVC Patinage de vitesse Canada, Speed Skating Canada, Patinage de vitesse Québec, Speed Skating Québec, le gouvernement du Canada, le gouvernement du Québec, Tourisme Montréal, la ville de Montréal, Comité olympique canadien, Bell, Intact Assurance, IGA Plaza Montréal, Universel Montréal, Parc olympique, Aéroport de Montréal, Nagano Skate, Café William, Association régionale de patinage de vitesse, Matrec, et finalement Subway, Das Food Truck et Moosehead. Un grand merci à nos partenaires. Big thank you to our partners. And just before we go, another quick note. Near the end of the day, the women's 500 meters will not be ranking, there will not be repechage heats, they will be repechage quarterfinals. So at 17-14, women's 500 meters repechage quarterfinals. At 7h14, ça serait des quarts de finale de repechage et non les qualifications. On se revoit à 14h37. See you at 2:37 p.m.
session, a comparatively quick one. It's just the 1500-meter quarterfinals for women. However, there are, count them up, 9 races to do. So you think it's going to be quick, but it is still plenty of racing to come. And the first and second place skaters from each heat, and up to 1 fastest third place skater qualify for the semifinals. And so if you're putting together your plans and counting on third place, it's best to not bet on it. 1 infraction, 1 advancement, and that third place is gone. So in reality, it's probably a battle for the top 2. I'm assuming, Tyler.
Yes, absolutely. Battle for the top 2. I don't think we're going to be putting any hope on a time going through with 9 different heats. But hey, we've been surprised before. I've been proven wrong before.
And we haven't really discussed this too much, because when it comes to Olympic qualifying places, there's almost that hesitancy. I wouldn't say hesitancy, but if you get penalized, that could set back your Olympic qualifying hopes, as you could not do a repechage race or any of that. So maybe a little bit more caution out there.
Yeah, certainly. You can't risk that potential of not going through, or not be able to have a secondary opportunity to get back through the repechage to the main event. And just, you know, for a lot of skaters here, it could be big implications if you do get through. Because if we're looking at it, we have 9 heats, so we have 2 plus 1 third. So we're talking about 19 skaters going through. That's going to guarantee you in the top 36, and you know, a good healthy amount of points there if you do qualify through this round.
Skaters are out on the ice. There was one final look as they went over the resurface. Yes, that is Charles Lemlin. We've spoken about it. He's using the squeegee to cover that up. Quarterfinals, heat number 1. There you go. Hannah Desmet, Yang Jingru, Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth, Diana Michalchuk, Danucia Chetaisong, Leah Popovikova, and Katrin Manoilova.
This is the quarterfinals. We will have 9 quarterfinal races. 9 courses de quart de finale pour la distance de 1500 mètres chez les femmes. There will be a 2+1 advancement to the semifinals on Sunday afternoon. Avancement de 2+1 pour passer en ronde de demi-finale.
And we're into the program. These races will race for the medals on Sunday.
7 skaters, which should start here in a few moments.
So this does have Hannah Desmet, the top-ranked skater in the world in the 1500, but her world championship last year came in the 1000. She's watching the patch job. They're still fixing up a corner of the ice there, but it doesn't look like it's part of the racing line, at least right now. But when they move the markers, it could affect it. So just a slight delay as they patch things up here. I wonder what happened there. You see it.
Well, I think it's just a result of all the abuse from the relays. If they just did a flood, maybe it's those ruts you talked about, Gavin. We showed we can get so deep. The ruts can be so deep in the ice that the Zamboni's taking off. You know, it's shaving the ice, but it can't shave the ice that deeply. And then what happens is that rut will be then sitting with a bit of water in it, and then not freezing yet because it takes longer for that water to freeze. So they filled it, and now they patched it there. You can see where they're turning most heavily right after that apex as they have to make the biggest change of direction out of the corner.
And I could see it from that angle. You could almost still see the rut there that had been carved into it.
Charles Hamlin doing a tremendous job on that repair.
As are his teammates. We need to stop giving all the praise to Hamlin.
I think he has to track steward next time with all his Olympic medals on, though.
Exactly.
Just here jingling around like a wind chime out there.
He made his name back in 2010, the home Olympics for Canada.
You know, I'll throw myself out there. I had the privilege of getting to race with Charles Hamelin back in the day. When I say I got to race with him, I get to watch him from behind.
You got a real
show
good
me
look
how
at
it's
his rear
done.
end, yeah.
Yeah. I was putting up no competition there, unfortunately.
And now you're stuck with me.
Yeah, that's why you end up here.
You could be out there being a steward now.
I don't know if I'm certified now.
Looks like the work is done, and off we go.
Ready.
So Desmet, 2 World Tour wins in the 1500 last season. Montreal #2, and then at the Olympic test event in Milan. I believe, yeah, she did cross the line first in the 1500 in Tilburg, but was penalized. So that deprived her of a 3rd win in the 1500. She did win the 1000 in Tilburg as well.
Well, in some of those events, when Hannah DeSmit did win the 1500 meters, she did so with authority. She was just able to open up some big gaps on everybody else in the field.
That weekend, yeah, it was sort of almost a noticeable tactical change. So often you have mentioned how she is confident in her passing ability, leaving it late to make the late moves. Sometimes it comes back to bite you as it does, but in those races in Tilburg and in Milan, she got to the front and just took off, and nobody could stay with her.
So one of the interesting things, we see this race off to a very, very slow start, 13-second lap times. And, you know, what's kind of interesting about those advancement positions, and when you have more advancement positions available to time, that really motivates the skaters to race faster because it adds that little bit of an incentive. But when you take that away, that's when you see the pace start off like this, you know, much more relaxed. There's no incentive to really push and go for time.
They are pretty much assuming that it's just for the 2 positions. That 3rd one is just be a bonus if they can, but now Desmet just so cool getting to the front. Almost dropped the hand down, but still both hands on the back. Out for a nice Sunday skate, it looks like.
Well, Celiche Nemeth doing a good job getting in position 2 behind Hannah DeSmit there.
Yang not able to do anything.
Hannah DeSmit re-accelerates here, lap time down to 9:1. That creates some space, allows Yang now to move around the outside of Celiche Nemeth.
Yang Jingru, still just 19 years old.
And look how split this race is. There's a healthy gap between every skater out on the track right now.
It is comfortable for Desmet.
Sometimes we need photo finish, and sometimes we don't.
Look back, and once Desmet decided the race was over, the race was over. Now, Yang Jingru, she is a viral fame of the Youth Olympics. When in a 1500, she went off on the flyer, as I always hope to see, caught up to the field, and then they seem to have forgotten that she was a lap ahead of them. So when they picked up the pace, she was already a lap ahead and won the race. I believe a teammate won silver as well.
Well, one of the great things about that was the video really went viral.
Yeah,
And
people were sending it to me, and it's just like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I got that about 10 times, but it's just great to get that exposure of the sport out to everybody. And, you know, it's always good when something of short track can be, you know, globalized and shared around the world like that.
Heat number 2. Kristen Santos, Griswold, Valentina Askic, Nakashima Mirei, Miroslava Selyakova, Betty Miska of the German Wolves, Tamara Tokarova of the Slovakian Ice Deer, and Chung Xiaoying of the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies. We've gone one race cleanly. So sitting in that third place time right now, 2:38.848. Rebecca Shilice-Nemeth, but it was not the most swift of openings.
Go to the start. Ready.
A somewhat speculative opening to this one too. Of course, the longer the clean racing goes, Tyler, there is going to be the fast start if that third place is still hanging up there.
Yeah, certainly. The other skaters are paying attention.
Number 30, representing the Japanese Ninjas, Nakashima Mirei, represents the Ukrainian Wildcats, Miroslava Sayokova. 68 for the German Wolves is Betty Musk. 92 from the Slovakian Ice
22 years of age.
And number 94 from the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies.
Nice to see Slovakia sending a couple of skaters. I don't think we saw them at all on World Tour last year. Now they have a couple women entered. Popolikova, Tokarova. It is always interesting to just see, go back to the early days of this sport, and there are countries that aren't really around much anymore that were there then, and you sort of like, you wonder what is the moment that a country is going to build a program around something. Is there going to be a result, or something catches on, and we'll see where we are in the next couple of years, which countries have stepped into the ascendancy.
Well, Evgenia Radionova was one of those skaters from Bulgaria who just had an incredible presence on the short track circuit back in the day, and you know, maybe you thought that might spark the sport in Bulgaria, but you know, never really quite seemed to catch on, and they're still, you know, trying to climb the ranks here on the World Tour.
She's now coaching.
She was just an absolute legend of the sport, incredible sprinter, 500-meter skater.
Askic, the Bosnian-born skater for the Croatian Dalmatians. And Nakashima comes back in. She turns 22 next month. Off yesterday.
Here comes Kristen Santos.
And that number 1 helmet zipping by. Santos Griswold could not really take part in the world. Part of that collision with Danae Blade, the Canadian, but it's good. Santos Griswold now on the front. Over cool as you like. Picked up 500 and 1500 meter victories in Seoul, and that's really when her Crystal Globe chase was on. She picked up another 1,000 meter victory, and that's what clinched it. It was a 500 win and a 1,000 win in Milan to end the season. Another clean race. 2:29.916. So that one is a little bit faster than the opener. Nothing needed a second look. So Askic now will watch and wait precariously on the bubble. But as soon as we see one of those races that doesn't go off on a pedestrian start, we'll know that that third place could be in trouble. Corin Stoddart headlining this one. Kirai Ami, Chloe Olivier, and Sophie Bachon. Hedvig Hilda, Nodo He, and Isabella Caicedo of Colombia. Caicedo, I believe, many skaters to make the switch over from inline.
Position 7, behind 6. Go to the start. Ready.
Caicedo. She's still just 17. Won't turn 18 until April.
The third quarterfinal race. Wearing number 3 from the USA, Corinne Stoddard, and 25 from the
So we're going to
Japanese.
see a look at Anne-Sophie Bachand of the Ice Maples. She had a very great trials with the Canadian team selections.
84, representing the Norwegian Vikings,
See how she can compete against the likes of Corey Stoddard out here.
Tigers, number 61, representing Team Colombia, Isabella Caicedo.
Out in front, out of danger for the most part. Nodohi certainly one to watch.
Anne-Sophie Bachand présentement en 4e position. Elle s'amène de l'intérieur pour prendre la
Turns 30
Et maintenant la
in
deuxième
December.
position, juste en arrière.
Anne-Sophie Bachand with a quick response to get right back in behind Corey Stoddard. I think it's been her kind of choosing tactic here to keep a close eye on Stoddard, tuck in right behind her every chance she gets. So when Stoddard goes to pick up the pace, she's right there.
Quick skaters to mark, and Stoddard certainly won. It's good to watch Dohi. Caicedo was up there for a bit, fading a little bit. Dohi had to make the move to get back into things, and it's Bachand and Olivier going down. A clash there, that will be looked at, and I believe that could have been for an advancement position.
Well, they were in second spot there. Olivier and Bachand both really wanted to have that position behind Corey Stoddard. They were battling it out there.
So you see the tactic by Stoddard paying off. Let them scrap behind you. Keep the pace high and they can't get to you. Dohi in second. Skiing since the age of 7.
Stoddard just accelerating right now. She's looking in great form. I really like how strong Corey Stoddard's skating as she hits that bell lap.
Just shifts into overdrive. Hidai tries to go up the inside. I think that's a good move on the inside. It's going to be close though, and no, battles back to take it.
The winner will be unofficially Corinne Stoddard.
Very good win for Corinne Stoddard. So that incident between Bachand and Olivier is what is being reviewed. We'll see if we get a second look at it as they look at it. So did Bachand just stumble coming out of the corner?
Olivier had that tight inside pass, really trying to force out Bachand to take that position in behind Stoddard. Then Bachand then challenging back on the exit of the turn. I think a bit of a clash of the skates there. Thought she was going to save it at one point.
The consultation resumes with the review room. Here's a look inside.
Here's another look at it. I think the right skate of Bachand just clicks the back skate of Chloe Olivier right here. There it is, that trips her up, that puts her off. She just about saves it here. I thought she had it, but then a little bit of contact there. And that was just too much to handle.
When it's an accident like that, possible contact from behind is what they're talking about. Obviously not intentional, but right there.
Well, then here comes, yeah, then there's the other contact.
So they're just out of control by that point. So that would potentially be an advancement for Olivier. That would wipe out the third place option. So then it would just be a matter of racing head-to-head, but we'll see what they rule. They could have also been side-by-side coming out of that corner, and it's just a racing incident. Maybe. I theorize at this point. Right there.
Penalty, number 57, Canada. Advancement, number 38, France.
And there you go. So the 1/3 place is gone. Unless we've seen the incident, but contact from behind. Obviously not intentional, but right there, the blades click. And then everybody's out of control there. Just like the dominoes falling.
Yep. Oh, starting to lose my voice there.
You want to take a break?
May have to. Getting a little voice crack, getting spicy out here.
Well, when a boy becomes a man, the voice cracking. Heat number 4, Kim Gi Lee. This is her office right now, the 1500 meters. Zoe Deltrap, Maya Somodi, Svetlana Repetska, Barbara Gakova, Anna Matveeva. And yeah, the 3rd place gone. It's like a herd of turtles.
Yeah. I think it's the same way though all races are kind of approached with that same attitude, same understanding that you've got to be top 2 here.
Number 43 representing the Hungarian Falcons.
And I will renew my call once again for someone, anyone, to just go off like a shot, quickly make up that lap, tuck into the pack, enjoy the slipstream.
You make it sound so easy.
It is, in theory. Matveeva, independent neutral athlete. It is.
After 3.5 laps, Kim Gi Lee is our leader. Shalini Mayadora sitting in second. Deltrap moving by the outside to take the lead.
Deltrap.
Repetska now moving in
Of course, the 2014 world champion from Rotterdam. Still fondly think of that event. 10,000 plus inside the Rotterdam Ahoy.
The debut of Gavin and Tyler.
There's a snarky remark in there somewhere, but not that clever. And now it's Kim so often on the front. More on the periphery of the World Tour section last year, but the Korean side did send most of their top skaters to the Asian Games and Miss Tilburg, but she did pick up a 1500-meter win here to start the season.
Zoe Deltrap's just been caught on the outside lap after lap here. She can't find a way in. That's going to send her all the way back to the back of the repack here. Still caught on the outside, still looking for something. It's just not happening for Kim Gi Lee. Continues to lead this race out from the front.
Good skate from Maya Somodi. Without doubt, without Deltrap there.
And a contact.
Matveeva goes down. That will get reviewed, but Deltrap was just left with too much work as the two got off into the sunset. And very composed by Kim Gi Lee. You often forget she still has potentially a long career ahead of her. Has always been a skater beyond her years. So what's looking at is a possible lane change actually on Deltrap from outside to in.
I think that was on the contact with Matveeva.
And after so long, you were mentioning it, after spending so much time outside, is that sort of when desperation sets in, when the fatigue settles in as well?
I think just fatigue. I don't think there was anything intentional or malicious about that. It's just coming across. I think she was in front of her here and then just pushing that left foot, making contact.
Of course, if they are more side by side, they can always pivot to that shared responsibility, but you really have to get that angle to see it. The golden skates for a former world champion. Anyone who wins a world championship with that brand of skate, they get the gold stitched in.
Race incident, no rule violation.
There you go, just two skaters side by side, and nobody moved one way or the other. And we'll see it here. So Deltrap did get alongside. Just kind of one going in, one going out, and that's when the skates come together. The way their strides were, it looked like one was going with the right skate, one with the left skate, and when they're side by side, that's when the contact happens. Either way, that doesn't affect the top two.
Go to the start.
They go to the semis, heat 5. Coming up.
Ready.
Lisa Confortola headlines this one.
Quarterfinal number 5. We have 6 skaters wearing number 9 from the Italian Gladiators.
World Tour stop.
26 from the Chinese long.
There's Tineke Van Dijk, Lisa Confortola, Zhang Yize,
11 from the Dutch
Michelle Velzeboer, Watanabe Aoi,
69 from Hong Kong, China, Lam Qingyan. 59 from the Belgian Ice Bears, Tineke Van Dijk. And 75 from the Japanese Ninjas, Watanabe Aoi.
On the front. Van Dijk, this Belgian side, I talked about it briefly the other day. The Belgian Olympic Association, they held a team camp, kind of all sports, in Portugal in May. I guess, you know, fosters camaraderie within a team, but it wasn't just the short trackers. It was anyone, I guess, who was aiming to compete for Belgium next year that went to Portugal for a camp. I know, you know, some countries, like Canada and the US, they kind of hold these media car washes where athletes of all sports go from interview to interview to interview. But some of these other teams, it was interesting that they just kind of do a training camp.
Interesting how they manage all the different disciplines to do a training camp with all the
exactly. I guess they might have specialized based on what their sport is, but I imagine there were team building events with different athletes to get to know each other.
Securing her second spot so far. Chinese long.
Well, we've had a lot of battling for position within the pack here. Nobody trying to strike and make a big move as we have Michelle Velzeboer leading it out in front ahead of Elisa Confortola. Now Confortola making her move on the outside.
Gets that one to stick. And now she can just pull away as Velzeboer perhaps better primed for the shorter sprints. Zhang gets up into second. Confortola.
Watanabe now eyeing that inside pass for third.
She will cruise to a comfortable victory.
Unofficially moving on to the semifinals, Lisa Confortola.
The Dutch and the Italians were both holding camp in Bormio in May when the Giro d'Italia bike race came through. A stage finish in Bormio. I think the Dutch side, I remember seeing pictures of them. They sort of camped out near the end. They hung their Dutch flags in a few different spots. And that stage into Bormio, I think it was won by Mexican Isaac del Toro. Anyway, cool thing for Bormio where the speed skaters are trained. They go out and watch one of the grand tours coming through.
Still 4 more races to go in this 1500-meter quarterfinal. A lot of big names remaining. A couple in this race right here.
Next one, I'll say, Jaemin Zhang, Kim Boutin, Alina Ajgalieva, Katarina Budic, Malika Yermek, and Cameron Lute. The American newcomer facing some pretty heady competition. 2 nomads in there as well.
noting Choi Min-jong, Olympic champion in the 1500 meter 2018 and 2022.
World champion last year as well.
She'd be looking to defend and make that 3 titles in a row this year in Milan.
6 skaters wearing number 5, representing the Korean White Tigers, Choi Min-jong. Number 49 from the Kazakh Nomads, Alina Ashtaryeva. Her teammate also from the Nomads, number 77, Malika Yermek. Number 62 from the Croatian Dalmatians, Katarina Buric. And number 102 representing the USA Eagles, Cameron Lutz. Currently sitting in 5th position, following behind the Kazakh Nomad, Malika Yermek. Kim Butaï présentement en 3e, et suit la Coréenne Choi Min-jong.
Kim Boutin, often known for being more of a 500-meter skater. However, she's medaled in multiple events, not only in the 500-meter at the Olympic Games, but this year she's looking like she's in great form. She's increased her stamina, her endurance. She's looking much stronger than previous years in this 1500-meter, so excited to see what she can do.
In 4th now, in the 5th.
There's Cameron Lute on the front. New York City, but now the heads of state come to the fore. Boutin, Choi Min-jong, Alina Ashtaryeva, Yermak as the Nomads also try to mount an attack on the front.
The Canadian skater Kim Boutin sitting in 3rd. Alina Ashtaryeva, Lute sitting in 4th.
Just looks so comfortable and unstressed. Easy skates for Choi, even when passed by Boutin, she does not look flustered.
But she's able to make it through, take the lead in this race with 2 laps to go.
Well, trading blows here. Kim Boutin and Choi Min-jong as we hear the bell lap.
Just skating everybody else off their back. Boutin had to withdraw from the Canadian Championships. Just wasn't feeling up for it, and so that was to get fit for now, and she looked okay there, but Choi Min-jong, you just feel there's 3 or 4 more gears there.
Well, looking very relaxed at the end of that race was Choi Min-jong.
226 and change, 397. And it didn't really look like it, but that was actually the fastest winning time we've had. This makes it look so smooth.
Well, these veteran skaters like Choi Min-jong and Kim Boutin have been through a few Olympic cycles already. They've dealt with this pressure before. They also know how to rise to the occasion on Olympic years and what that's going to take. I think Kim Boutin has done a terrific job over the course of her career, managing, over the quad, her focus and her energy into specific years to achieve the best, but also allowing herself opportunities to kind of, go try some other things in earlier years of the quad and then sort of refocusing as she gets towards the Olympic Games.
She, of course, sat out most of that 2023-24 season, came back for the Worlds and won a 500-meter World Championship. 3 to go. This one features Courtney Sareau, who the early returns continue to show that she is back to her absolute best. Sareau, Camila Cellier, Hyojin Kim, Petra Vankova, Sarah Luca Baksky. Got the sloth on the helmet. And Berenice Gombi crashed out of a race earlier today.
Go to the start. Ready.
Just winding this one. This will be, I would assume, the norm for the rest of the way, unless someone did try to do a different tactic and push the tempo early and see who can hang with them. But
it's the 7th quarterfinal race. We've also got number 15, Camila Cellier from Poland. Number 50, 50 from the Australian Racing Roos, Kim Hyojin, 54 from the Czechia Ice Spiders, Petra Vankova, 52 from the Hungarian Falcons, Pascal Saralutsa, and 64, 64 de la France, Béatrice Combi.
Almost that long look back, almost inviting. Anybody else? Yeah. Anyone else want to take a turn?
Now we have a couple moves happening.
Everybody outside on the front right now.
Their World Tour debut earlier in 2025, so the second half of last season. Now she's looking up for second and the lead. World Junior silver medalist in the 500.
Well, Vankova, good job staying on her feet there after the contact with Cellier in that corner. Now Courtney Sorrell looking to go around the outside, building speed. Just flying out there.
She goes to the front and says, remember when I wanted someone else to be in the lead? I lied. Off she goes. Sorrell, more than happy.
Well, a great response from Cellier.
Push it. We'll see how Sorrell does. If there's any worries that she burned her matches a bit too early, I think she is quickly dispelling them, because there's the bell and she has a lead. The real battles for second. They're busy fighting amongst themselves. Cellier trying to hold off Kim. Kim trying to go up the inside, Cellier down. And Vankova gets over for second.
There'll be a photo finish for the second between Pascal Saralutsa and Petra
Incident
Vankova.
will be looked at.
This could be just a tremendous result for Petra Vankova if she's able to go through in this second position. She had this tight contact here. That inside move by Cellier kind of knocked her back. She had to recover from that. That takes a lot of energy, but she did not give up on this race for an instant.
Spill. That's what it's getting looked at right now. Kim also taken out on the play. And so it's a possible illegal late pass. And so that would potentially see Cellier get advanced. And if you were not with us yesterday, Camila, we'll talk about that in a second.
Penalty number 50, Australia. Advancement number 15, Poland.
There you go. So Kim is penalized. The late pass.
Amazed Kim stayed on her feet there. She was kind of hung up between mid-stride, just trying to hold on to it as she entered the corner. I don't think she necessarily thought she was going to jump up the inside or mean to on Cellier, but
as I was saying, if you missed it yesterday, Camila Cellier was Camila Stormovska. You heard our in-arena announcer check himself there too. She got married to DNA Cellier in the off-season. And heat number 8 has Ksandra Velsbor, Gloria Uriati, Olga Tikhonova, Lisa Eckstein, Phoebe Stenz, Anna Jensen.
Ready.
We're on to the second to last quarterfinal race in the women's 1500 meters, 2+1 advancement. In this race, we have number 2 from the Dutch Lions, Ksandra Velsbor, number 16 from the Italian Gladiators, Gloria Uriati, 42 from the Kazakh Nomads, Olga Tikhonova, 58 from the German Wolves, Lisa Eckstein, 90 from the Swiss Ibex, Phoebe Stenz, and at number 81 from the Latvian Golden Stars, Anna Jansson.
Eckstein, 24 years old.
C'est la patineuse allemande qui mène.
From Dresden, that was the site of the European Championships last time.
En troisième position, Velzeboer des Pays-Bas. Latvian skater, our new leader.
Anna Jansson, the Latvian Golden Stars, hope to the front of this race now. Eckstein responding back.
All the while, Velzeboer comfortable in giving them a little space. I imagine that gap will close in a hurry, and yeah, there you go. A lot unfolds in a 1,500-meter race, ebbs and flows.
Here goes Sandra Velzeboer, Tikhonova, and Idiati responding to her move around to the front.
Trying to get on Velzeboer's tail. Idiati is up to third, but she still has Tikhonova in front of her. Still both hands on the back, though. Not looking too fussed.
Top two will be moving on to the semi-final round. Idiati will be looking for that spot to move on. Coming into 2 laps to go.
Tikhonova's going to try to fend off Idiati now, who's looking to build up some speed. Tying up the outside.
And around the outside she goes just in time to get the bell. Sandra Velzeboer well in front, and that might have been enough for Idiati to get through in second, and nothing's getting reviewed here, and a quality win for Velzeboer.
Moving on to the semifinals.
Confirmation. Velzeboer, Idiati on through. One more heat to go, and it's got the 9th and 10th ranked skaters in the world. Ariana Fontana, Gung Lee, Gabriela Topolska, Aurélie Levesque, Nicolas Mazur, and Alyssa Pak going. Who decides to change things up all the way from the outside.
Last race of the quarterfinal round in the women's 1,500 meters. Dernière course. Et quart de finale portant le 10 de l'Italie, Ariana Fontana, wearing the 18 from the Chinese Longs, Gung Lee. 33 from the Polish Hussars, Gabriela Topolska. 45 de la France, Aurélie Levesque. 29 from the Polish Hussars, Nicolas Mazur, and 89 from the Singapore Gazelles, Alyssa Pak.
Watch for the skaters in blue and in red and black. See when they decide to go, and it's Gung Lee now. Mazur wanting a turn, but watch out for
moving on the outside. Missouri responding.
She just knows how to peak for the big events, whether it's Olympics or World Championships. Big game player, Mariana Fontana.
It's just something that mentally some skaters or some athletes have, just that added edge, that ability to rise to the occasion. And that's what the Olympics draws out of those very best athletes, who can handle that pressure, who can perform on demand. Mariana Fontana, one of the best.
Peaked for the World Championships, picked up a silver in Milan at the test event in the 500 meters.
Topolska still leading this out right now, doing a great job keeping that speed high. Gongli looking up the inside of Fontana.
And down goes Fontana. Mazur still on the front though, staying out of danger.
Topolska on the front.
It is Topolska. I was looking there, two Hussars. My mistake. It's Gabriela Topolska. Thanks, Tyler.
Gabriela Topolska, unofficial winner.
Big smile from Topolska there. That was a fantastic skate from her.
When you're the 35th ranked skater and you beat 9 and 10, it's a good shot in the arm. Get into a semifinal.
You know, one of the great moves from Topolska there was earlier in the race when the pace was slow. You saw Mazur actually trying to work her way up the inside. Topolska opting just to make that quick maneuver on the outside. Stay safe. There it is right here. Just go around the outside quick while the pace is a little bit lower, and then be at the front where you can start pushing the pace before it gets too high.
So it is Gongli being investigated for possible failure to give way. Topolska. There she was taking the front. Here it is right here. I mean, I don't know who's in front around the corner. That's not our job to decide. It just looked close to us. So we will see what happens. This would, if it is Gung getting penalized for a failure to give way. I don't see much in the way of contact, but we'll see.
Well, just that tight entry there, not backing down from that pass was Gongli.
It would be a possible advancement. To the ice we go.
Penalty, number 18, China. Advancement, number 10, Italy.
And there you go. Gongli penalized. Montana gets advanced. So failure to give way is the ruling here.
Montana still has the lead as they enter this corner there. Gongli not backing down. You got to be top two to go through.
So Aurélie Levesque did get over the line in second. Or she didn't. She was after Gongli, but so she moves up as second place. So the French Rooster also moving into the semifinals. And you see the ice resurfacer back out. That means we are changing things up. Racing will resume in precisely 15 minutes, or just under 15 minutes now, with the men's 1,000-meter repechage heats. Stay with us.
Racing will resume at 3:40 p.m.
自然的答案，是因为自然能让人放下问题，听信自然，自然而然。与博结合，一起奔赴自然。
Race 135, the third quarterfinal, we have a late advancement for the Japanese skater Hirai Ami. She will be advanced to the semifinals. Alors, un avancement dans la course 135, le troisième quart de finale. Hirai Ami sera avancée en demi-finale.
Men's repechage heats coming up, 12 of them. Winner of each race and up to 8 fastest second place skaters moving on. There was late advancement from the previous one. It was Hirai Ami, the Japanese ninja, getting advanced. And if I'm honest, I can't remember what it was because there were so many races in there, but she is getting moved on. We're just gonna bring that up there.
Yeah, that was the race with the contact between Anne-Sophie Bachand and Chloe Olivier that Chloe Olivier was advanced on, but Hirai Ami also being advanced, and I'm not sure, she might have been caught up with that collision.
Behind all of it.
Yeah, included on that advancement.
Right. Heat number 1 of the men's 1,000 meters, Clayton DiClemente is the top-ranked skater in this. Ranked 20th, Ernest S. Czech. You just saw him, the Lithuanian Bison. Su Junpeng, Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies. Theo Collins, British Royals, and Frederick Pedersen. So more opportunities to get that time advancement, but still only just one guaranteed spot.
Go to the start. Red.
And it is DiClemente, who really went toe-to-toe with a number of guys in some of his races so far today. But it is Frederick Pedersen.
Got by skaters,
To the front.
28 from USA Eagles, Clayton DiClemente, 117 from Lithuania, Ernest S. Czech, 143 from the Chinese Taipei, Su Junpeng, 56 from British Royals, Theo Collins, and 124 from the Norwegian Vikings.
Quick outside
Frederick
response from Clayton DiClemente, but he can't get the wrap on Pedersen. Doing a great job. Oh, Pedersen gets caught up in the skates of DiClemente and it goes down.
So DiClemente going on the outside, that's going to get another look.
Leader is now Clayton DiClemente from the USA.
And Theo Collins in second. We'll see what happens with that review, but for the moment it's DiClemente on the front. And Collins for the lead up the inside. That did force DiClemente out a little bit. But DiClemente battles back for the lead. So what is being reviewed as we get to the end of the race, I'll get to that in just a second. DiClemente and Collins 1 and 2. And so it is DiClemente over the line. He is the one being investigated. Possible lane change from outside to in, but it is also a possible shared responsibility situation, which would mean this result would hold. But DiClemente first, Theo Collins a 129.23 in second place.
You see DiClemente here making the attack on the outside. There's a contact on the knee of Pedersen, actually. That's I just saw from that video. I know they're maybe not looking at that, but Theo Collins kind of just leaving the door open there. I think he thought DiClemente was going to be a little bit further ahead on that pass. DiClemente taking it to the finish line.
And that actually has been cleared. So no discipline handed out. DiClemente gets the win. Theo Collins will now sit and watch to see how that time holds up.
Well, that time at a 129.2, as we saw in previous rounds, Gavin, times in the 125 range was happening fairly often. So certainly, I don't think, that time, well, we got, yeah.
There's 8 or 12 potentially going through.
That one I don't think is going to hold. Call it early.
2, Thomas Natalini, Tibor Komoricki, Marcus Howard, Ivan Donchev, Metehan Atan, and Jonas Hammermuller. And it is Howard
The second record heats.
up to the front, but Hammermuller quick to join him.
Gladiator Thomas Natalini, 135 from Slovenia, Tibor Komoricki. or 149 from
Oh,
the
Todd, slingshot up the inside there.
Exciting little move there by Todd there on the outside, tucking up the inside to move and weave through the pack.
At 93 for the German Wolves.
Natalini bit between the teeth now, gunning for the front. And again, Atan diving up the inside.
This race moving a bit quicker than the previous. 9-0 lap time there, 8-9 the lap before. Natalini holding this lead position with Marcus Howard tracking him down in second. Let's watch for Atan here. He's looking for another move. Does he have it? No. Not enough of a preparation on that pass.
Natalini in front. It's a log jam on him. Atan almost looked and then fell.
I think he took a little contact behind and then looked around. He's going to want to get up because the skaters are still coming around the track.
But he was looking sideways and then...
Unofficial winner, Natalini from Italy.
See, look at that. It wasn't flagged for a possible review, but they do, of course, make sure. Marcus Howard over the line second as we look back.
Now that race, 1:25.7 time from Natalini, 1:26.3 from Marcus Howard. That's a time that I think would stand.
So Howard with the faster of the second place times. The results are official. Nothing getting a second look there. He might have hit a lane marker there, and the look around might have been a what was that situation. That would be another one of those times. You talk about the coaches' boxes in slow motion on a replay. Something like that where there's the look down, the look out, and just the oh no, as they're a passenger at that point.
The moment you realize the ship is going down.
So no advancements just yet, so that second place still unaffected for the top 8. Sun Long, sort of one of these situations. What are you doing in a repechage? There's always those surprise entrants, the guys who don't quite have the heat they wanted. So here's Sun Long in the repechage heats. Lucas Henry Koo, the Brazilian Bluebirds. Ben Jung, German Wolves. Dennis Ors, Turkish Anatolian Pars. Jakub Karabin, Slovakian Ice Deer. Maxim Maximov of the Bulgarian Kings.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it's Koo, quick out of the gun.
The third repeat.
Sun,
We have 6 skaters wearing number 9.
almost non-fussed. Saying, okay, I'll go into fourth, that's fine.
Chinese team is Sun
But you'll know I'm coming.
62 from the
Sun Long is
Brazilian.
nice and relaxed here, despite being position number 4. I think he's confident in his abilities to maneuver through this pack.
From the Turkish Anatolian Bars, Denis Bosch.
Keep an eye on Sun Long, though.
From the Slovakian Ice Tears at
World Tour last year, we're in the 500.
And number 82 from the Bulgarian Kings, Maxim Maximov.
Here comes Sun Long. Oh, he hits a block, though, as he's trying to accelerate.
Able to stay up, and that gives him a second chance to attempt a foray forward. Now he goes outside to in. Donchev almost losing his balance there. Maximov, pardon me. So Long into second. And then he completes his trip through the field.
Dennis Ors now working his way around Maximov.
He's followed in second by the Brazilian skater.
Ors, if he can close that gap, he does know he has the speed. It's just a matter of what's left in the legs. He's going to challenge for second, but Sun Long goes through. Koo in easily for second. Not easily, you know what I mean. Comparatively speaking, of course.
Well, was actually, you saw the slip from Maximov, but what it was as Sun Long was working his way through, the tip of his blade just made contact with the heel of Maximov's that set him off balance, and it showcases the fine margins that are going on in these races and how close these blades are together. We'll see if we get another look at that move as Sun Long goes to go by. It might be on the exit of this corner here. Sun Long, it's just a tap of the blade. Oh, this was afterwards. But it's just the finest of margins. Those blades just, of the competitors, those skates are so close together. Everything's just so tight. It's just incredible the awareness that they have of each other on the ice.
There you go. Heat number 3, another clean race. And a 1:29.441. That is the slowest of the 3 second-place times so far. So you were talking about the first heat. Well, it's got 1 behind it anyway. Just needs a few more. Heat number 4. Etienne Bastier, Daniel Ibog, Lucas Wareham, Pourpat Chiangmai, Monk Erden Bileg, and Adil Galiakhmatov. Galiakhmatov there, the long-time member of this Kazakh side.
Go to the start. Ready. Fourth repage. We have number 52, portant le 52 de la France, Etienne Bastier. 153 from the Uzbek Cobras, Daniel Ibog. 71 from the Australian Racing Blues, Lucas Wareham. 139 from the Thai Elephants, Pourpat Chiangmai. Number 119 from Mongolia, Monk Erdebileg. And number 59 representing the Kazakh Nomads, Adil Galiakhmatov.
He's shown a bit of a cavalier attitude, afraid to launch some moves as Lucas Wareham, and he's doing it again. But now watch out, here comes the Cobra. Daniel Ibog.
Moving into fourth position, right behind the Australian Racing Blues.
Ibog jumping up the inside. What a tight double inside pass there. Nice completion of that, 1 speed.
All the way to the second, and now he has eyes on the lead, closing right up.
Oh, he trips up on the entry, missed that crossover. Contact with Galiakhmatov.
And Wareham. And Chiangmai for Wareham.
The dominoes are falling.
And Bastier will just say, what happened behind me? I was in the front.
Well, you know, Bastier put in the work to be out front. He was able to stay clean, stay out of all that trouble. Ibog frustrated there with, he knew he had the race within his grasp, but just missed that corner entry, and it all went down from there.
Talk about the dominoes. It was one that led to the other that led to the other.
Well, this was a look at that pass.
Ibog getting up into second.
Just able to sneak in there. He misses this corner and just slips on that left foot. Catches Galiakhmatov. That drops him back. Then hits Lucas Wareham.
And Wareham hits Chiangmai. Sequence set off in motion.
Another slower race, 1:30.321 for Galiakhmatov.
So Theo Collins, he has 2 behind him.
Gets 1 step closer.
He needs 2 more, and also no advancements.
Yep.
Won Jun Moon, Martin Kolench, Dennis Irapetian, Rio Ong, Sui Shin, and Stephen Dubois.
Well, this is an interesting one. We've seen that Won Jun Moon is skating quite strong. The skaters are going to be aware of that because they also have Stephen Dubois. I expect maybe a quicker race in this one.
Yeah, they got the world champion. Dubois crashed out this morning in this race. Getting through this repechage is no foregone conclusion.
Falcons, Moon Wunjun, 35 representing the Croatian Dalmatians, Martin Golec.
Stephen Dubois had that unfortunate slip the earlier round. That's why we're seeing him here in the repechage, just kind of caught back on his heels, running up on his former skater in front of him.
Number 98 from Hong Kong, China, that is Sui Xin. Et portant le numéro 4, le Canadien présentement en 4e position de cette course.
Moon really impressed in the 1500 yesterday. He's got Golec behind him.
La moitié de la course
Zagreb. And Sui Xin, the Hong Kong Ice Chillins.
Won Jun-Moon keeping the pace high at the front of this race.
Now Dubois in the second.
Troisième position après un dépassement intérieur.
Pressure on Golec now. He feels the breath down his neck. And before you know it, Dubois in the lead, and that's not good enough for him. He wants one more.
Oh, look at this setup. Look at that wide entry, build speed out of the exit. Beautiful track pattern from Stephen Dubois there.
Not even a whiff of contact.
Won Jun-Moon has done a great job keeping the pace high in this race.
So Dubois through in the end, a wide margin. Moon a 1:25.71 approximately, and that would be our new fastest second place time. 1:25.698 official. Bothered, even when he was sitting back in fourth.
Stephen Dubois is just a master of passing. He really showed it there. It's great to see the way he was moving on that track. That last setup and Won Jun-Moon was just terrific.
There you go, 1:25.698. Now really in pole position as far as the third place or second place times go, rather.
And I expect to see another quicker race here too. Skaters know they're going up against Miyata Shogo. Very challenging skater to have in this field, so
yes.
Someone's going to be looking to push the pace. It might be Furkok looking to go for time.
Tobias Wolf is doing Sepal, Rostislav Leontenko, and Radek Fajkus. So both the Czech Ice Spiders are in this one. But yeah, Furkok just missing out on direct qualification. Miyata, the other big surprise.
Go to start. Ready.
Furkok off to the lead.
In this
Tyler did talk about him pushing the tempo.
We have 6 skaters wearing the number 5, the Japanese Ninja. Currently in 3rd position,
Looks like Fajkus also has the same idea in mind. Bank some time. Try to hang on. If you're not going to win, get in second and have a fast time.
65 from the Czech Republic.
You're just thinking, I got to give myself the best opportunity to get through this round. I know I'm going to be in tough competition with Shogo, so I'm going to try to push the pace and look to make sure I can secure a first or a second position to then go through.
What's so difficult is that there's repechage heats. Normally last year was always repechage quarters and then semis. This is just an extra race.
Those Czechia and France suits just so close in color combination when you see them next to each other.
They really are.
The red arms with the blue and the white on the leg.
And almost identical shades too. I never noticed that before.
Now here's Shogo looking to make the move around the outside. That's one down. Here's another. Now Furkok's going to want to try to jump onto Shogo as best he can with 1 lap to go.
At the bell, Miyata leading the way. And it will be Miyata Shogo taking us. We'll see how Furkok's time goes for second. 1:26.6 unofficially. And that would put him up there as well. 1:26.592 for Quentin Furkok. So Good win for Miyata Shogo. Did drive the tempo early, and Miyata bided his time. And comfortable and confident enough in his passing that he gets out in front, and he's back on course after being sidetracked a little bit earlier this morning. But still, he has potentially repechage quarterfinals and semifinals to go. So Miyata, there you go. Quentin Vercock will watch. Lin Xiaojun headlines this one, and I mean, based on ranking at 28, the rest, next closest is 93rd, and then there's a couple not ranked at all. And so if it's based on that, this should be his race to lose.
Well, Lin Xiaojun is certainly favorite. I don't expect to see him going out and pushing the pace. He knows he's a great passer. I expect to see him a little bit more relaxed, mid to back pack early, striking at the end. But who's going to push the pace out front, because they know it's going to be tough to beat Lin Xiaojun.
In Golden Stars, Lin Chunche of the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies. Lucas McDonald put in a good result earlier today. He's just watching Lin right in front of him. That's the man to mark. But Alejandro Rivero-Meyershock has moved to the front. Unfortunate for the younger Bastier.
This is where we expect to see Lin Xiaojun in the middle of the back of the pack, but now he's going to look to pick his way through. Look at that, just two spots just like that, so smooth.
In about half a straightaway, he passed two. They're trying to follow in his wake as he goes for the lead, a shoulder bump. And order is restored. The man we expected to be there, making the move to the front. Could become quite a race for second here. They're going to get the bell this time around. McDonald up into third. Now he makes the move on Alejandro Rivero-Meyershock, and a good move by Lucas McDonald.
Great work from Lucas McDonald here. He had a strong race going through earlier today.
And he does come second. You look at the time, 1:29.28 approximately for McDonald. He's ahead of a few anyway. 1:29.269 the official time, and that's just behind Theo Collins' time from the first heat. So that's three that Collins is ahead of now. That was your prediction, so I'm
the bubble.
Watching it closely. He really is the bubble, isn't he? Professional performance by Lin Xiaojun. Took nothing for granted. Took the race seriously, got to the front when he wanted to, and then was off and away into the distance. Heat number 8. This one has Oleg Hande, Nurtalet Kajgali, Mika Klevstuin, Robin Bendig, Chanlachart Tapram, and Luka Jasic.
Well, this is a tougher race to call. Part of me thinks that Klevstuin might try to push the pace a little bit. You don't have one of those big names you're really having to fight against, but at the same time, you're thinking, we go for pace, we got two spots that can go, just better our odds. And those Norwegians know their stamina.
What's so interesting about the Norwegian side is in long track, kids are drawn to the long distance events. You'd think they'd be drawn to the splash and dash, the excitement of the sprints, but they churn out so many good long distance, long trackers out of Norway. So yeah, they love that, those standards. Then of course, all the cross-country skiers they churn out, where those 50K marathons in cross-country.
Oleg Honde really defending that lead position there. As Kasgali gave him a challenge, but Oleg Honde did not want to give it up.
Honde, Kasgali behind him. Here comes Kleb Stuen. Honde is the top-seeded skater in this race. Bendig is hanging in there, perhaps sizing up a move. Look out for Taprom as well. The Thai Elephant just hanging, a little stumble there out of the corner.
Kasgali looking up the inside of Honde there. Very well executed pass.
Now we'll see what's left in the tank with 1 to go. Honde sizing up a move. He's right there, not there on the outside. We'll see if he tries to dive up the inside or the outside. Nope. Kasgali cut off that inside and takes the win. A good win for Nerdalek Kasgali. 127.57 for Honde. And that one is certainly one of the quicker ones. Just coming out of the corner right near the end, and so Honde had only a few chances to try to mount something, but not enough time, and good win there. Nerdalek Kasgali. .127.554. Honde's second place time there. Next heat, very tough to handicap. A lot of skaters ranked pretty close to each other in the world rankings. Iwasa Dan of the Ninjas, Peter Yashapati of the Falcons, Peter Joseph Grosskloos of the Tamaraz, Wara Noiron, the Ice Bears, Yaroslav Morozov of the Wildcats, and that man, Sean McAnuff of the Irish Wolfhounds.
Six skaters in this race too.
Just going through the rankings. Iwasa, no world rank. Yashapati 59th, Grosskloos 92nd, Noiron 62nd, Morozov 72nd, Makanev 60th. So all very closely ranked, except Iwasa, who hasn't been racing, and Grosskloos is 92, but he's also does a lot of the skating at the junior level, or has been. So very even matched race. And Noiron living life on the edge there, getting up into third.
Peter Yashapati looking very comfortable in the lead here.
Representing the Irish Wolfhounds, Sean McAnuff. 4 laps to go.
The pace high.
When you're in the back of a race and it's so tight together, you're just eyeing up someone, waiting for someone to make a move that can open up some opportunities for you to try to pass up through the field. Yashapati right back to the lead.
Grosskloos had it for a second, but couldn't hold on. Yashapati gets it back. Iwasa up into third, now trying for second. Trying to go all the way around at the bell.
Four guys going contact. Iwasa down.
3 down. It's Yashapati. McAnuff is going to try to get up for second.
Got to get to that line.
That leads the unofficial victory for Yashapati Peter.
is a lot to unpack.
Well, again, you know, the dominoes going there.
So just looking at the time, unconfirmed, Yasapati, 127.727, and winning it, watching to see what McAnuff's confirmed time was. It was close in the end with him and Morozov, but we might also, there's always the chance for an advancement now when there's an incident like that.
You know, there's that, yeah, Iwasa gets it.
Now, I mean, Iwasa was a victim in all of that, but he was in second at the time.
Yes. So Navarro makes that a little bit of a desperation pass there, late entry or failure to give way on that pass on the entry. And that just ends up affecting Iwasa's race there. He gets kind of clipped from behind, contact from behind on that to put him down into the mats. But then Sean McAnuff coming through in second there, which is going to look to be in around the 128 range on the time.
Morozov did fight to make it close too. For a second, I thought I heard a whistle at some point. I didn't say it, but are they bringing it back for him? I'm glad I didn't, because they kept racing, of course. I don't know where I would have thought I heard a whistle from. So this is
here's another look.
Noirand goes in on gross close. And then Iwasa gets a bump on the hip there. And
just you got to watch that torque of the blades when they catch the ice like that. It can get dangerous. Get some high ankle sprains, or even worse. Don't even want to think about it.
And all of a sudden, McAnuff is fighting for time in second place there. And he does get a 128.076 and down to the ice.
Penalty, number 73, Belgium. Advancement, number 44, Japan.
There you go, Noirand is penalized, and as we noted, Iwasa was in a second place there, and so he does get advanced, and so that does knock out one of the second place times.
So right now, it's Lucas McDonald on the bubble with that 129.26.
And how about your first heat prediction?
Oh, and then Theo Collins with the 129.23.
3 more to go. There you have it. Anatolian Par, Falcon, Royal, the other Wolfhound, the Lynx, and a King. There is Furkan Akar.
Everyone's confused about their lane position here.
Go to the start. Ready.
But everyone politely moved into the right spot. No drama there. Akar, the top-seeded skater in this distance.
On to race.
He's looking to get to his second Olympics.
We have line number 31 representing Turkey, Furkan Akar.
I just keep thinking back to Milan in the repechage semi-final when it was Akar and Atan, and they came out of that last corner and Atan kind of just ran up on Akar and slightly pushed him forward, and there was that call for team skating, and some people were not happy about that.
I saw that actually recently. That just came up, and I remember reviewing and going, yeah, it was such an interesting call, because there was the handout, which might have just been instinctive, keeping your teammate up, but there was that potential alteration to a result, so.
Can't have that team skating happening.
Sitting in third right now is Asenko.
But Akar, one of those guys who, it's a very talented young program coming out of there.
Peter Rich is in good position right now behind Akar. He's going to want to try to hold on to this. Charge for the lead here. Shoulder to shoulder. Akar drops out wide.
See what happens there. But yeah, Akar, who's the first short track Olympian from Turkey in 2022.
Rich is going back.
Oh boy, and he had his blades up there. Fortunately, he sort of pulled them back. There's a lot that's going to be reviewed there.
Yeah, one incident's cleared already.
Yeah, car took a bump. Moragic, life flashed before his eyes there for a second. With Rich's blades up in his face, close to it anyway. And so first over the line was Benson Ogradi. Tariq Moragic in second with a 1:29.170. That is quicker than Lucas McDonald's time. So that's the one incident. A car already had his hands up to say, I'm not doing anything, I'm going straight line here.
There's the second incident.
Eee, that was very close.
Well, one thing I do know is I think Tariq Moragic was clean in that race.
Yes, that's one thing we can say. Liaising with the room. All right, so it's possible shared responsibility. The first one was cleared, you saw that green dot. Second one is possible shared responsibility and a possible lane change from inside to out. That one would have been on Rich's right there. And that would have been a possible advancement if it is in fact a lane change. But as we note, it's also shared responsibility because maybe there was a deviate, maybe neither of them deviated from their lines, but I believe we're going to get some clarity in a second here. To the ice, to Daniel LeMay.
Penalty, number 90, Great Britain. Advancement, number 31, Turkey.
And there you go, it is a lane change in fact from the inside to out. There's that blue line. And Rich just ducks outside just before diving into the corner. And so a car is advanced, and that throws out another one of those second place times. Moragic is one that's sitting on the bubble right now with a 1:29.1. Heat 11, Toon Boer, Eric Anderson, Lai Tsai Huan Chen, Peter Murphy, Flavia Jagal, and Michał Niewinski.
Go to the start. Red.
Now that second place time, that final time advancing spot, I think is in the hands of Tariq Moragic with a 1:29.17.
And they might sense that the time is for the taking here. Niewinski means business.
122 representing the Norwegian Vikings, Eric Anderson. 141 representing the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies, Lai Tsai
Toon Boer is keeping the pace high here early in this 1,000 meter.
Luxembourg, Peter Murphy. 102 representing the Indian Maharaja.
Unfamiliar territory for him considering he was on the podium in Montreal on the 1,000 last season. And here he is having to go through the very, very long road of repechages now. He's waiting for his moment. He's being very patient. There have been times when Niewinski, I don't want to say rushes, but he has been penalized before on his passing, but he's looking much more patient right now.
Well, we're creating some separation, 2 laps to go. He's going to have to try to set it up. But again, they've been moving at a good clip, so he could be very comfortable with this time. He just looked at the clock. He looked up to see the clock, to see where he was at.
He is such a relaxed guy that he had the time to look, and is he wondering, am I going to try to pass or am I good? He stretches at the line, a 1:26.86, and yeah, that's moved him ahead of a bunch of times, I think. Considering Omar Agic was on the bubble at 1:29.1, a 1:26.86. And do you think he was doing the math quickly in his head? I got to do 8 seconds on the last lap, or was he quickly deciding, do I need to risk it?
Well, it's interesting. That's something that you might see, you know, in long track when they have the board at the end of the straightaway and skaters can see that they're ahead.
There it is.
There's that look up at the board there. How am I doing? All right, one more to go. You can see him really breathing through that race.
And then the stretch at the line. You'd have to think, and that actually bumped Omar Agic's time. So let's see, after all the advancements, I believe it might be McAnuff now with a 1:28.076 as the time to beat. Yeah, that's the bubble time now. There is heat number 12, Watanabe Keita, Nico Anderman, Łukasz Kuczynski, Ivan Martinic, Martin Prentel, and Rafael Moret.
Everybody clap your hands. Check it out, y'all. Go down low, all the way to the road.
Go to the start. Ready.
See if these guys are gunning for it.
Last repage.
The last one, they really went off hard. This one, pretty good clip. You'll be able to judge the opening lap time better than I was.
Yeah, 12.6 is not too bad, but this next lap time is going to have to be down around the 9.4, 9.5 range if they are going to threaten for time. 9.7, that's a little bit off pace.
Now it looks like it's settled in into a rhythm. Doesn't look like anybody's gunning for it right now. Sean McAnuff sweating through one final heat. We'll see.
Could be tight. It could be tight. It depends. If someone get an attack here, we start bringing it down 9.6.
Watanabe, Kuczynski, there is Anderman down, and then of course the unforeseen possibilities of advancements because Anderman was in second position perhaps.
Kuczynski, the Polish skater, currently in second. There's only one spot available.
Watanabe.
Kuczynski and Martinic trying to find.
Oh, this is going to be in that 128 mid to high range, I suspect.
There is the bell. Watanabe on course, a little bit of separation. Kuczynski trying to close it back up, not going to do it. Watanabe takes the heat. Kuczynski second, a 1:28.68. It's the second place time, but we'll see what gets reviewed. Possible lane change outside to in. It actually wouldn't be on Anderman himself. It's almost a self-penalty. That time was a little bit slower, if I'm not mistaken, than Sean McAnuff's. It is by just over half a second. And there's the incident. So it is, of course, it is possible shared responsibility for the two of them around the corner as well. So that camera angle usually means we've got an official result coming. And usually it means no discipline, but I'm watching down the ice, and yeah, we are going to get a skate to the center of the ice.
Across the ice.
Oh, and there it is. There is no discipline handed out, so that is the time as it is. So Watanabe Keita wins. The time is not fast enough, and I believe that means Sean McAnuff does get on that bubble time. So he will move on to the repechage quarterfinals. There's a look at those who advance. Stephen Dubois puts up the fastest time. And that first heat prediction does not come to pass for Tyler Darragh. So better luck next time.
Oh, no, I said that I don't think it was going to stand.
Did you?
It did.
Oh, I thought you said it might be fast.
Yeah,
enough.
you were trying to catch me on it standing.
Oh, well, oh, you're right.
Nice try, though.
The mind starts to wander in the autumn years. You know how it is. Actually, no, you don't. I'm older than you. Anyway, am I? Yeah, we'll worry about that later. We're heading into another break. In about 16 minutes, we'll be back. So catch up with you on the other side. Back to racing in Montreal, changing things up now with the mixed relay semifinals. Hey, we're determining who gets to race for the medals. We're at that point. We don't get to see them race today, obviously, for the medals, but we're getting down to the big time races. Heat number 1, 2 semifinals. Top 2 move on to the A final, 3rd and 4th for the B final. Of course, advancements change everything. But heat number 1 has the Dutch Lions, Polish Hussars, Chinese Lungs, and USA Eagles. After this, we do have the ranking finals as well, as as we will probably say over and over and over again, teams will be racing for every single Olympic qualification ranking spot they can get. Every point could matter by the time it's all said and done when we finish in Dordrecht in the Netherlands.
DNA Cellier down there on the ice. We haven't seen him yet this World Tour.
I saw him warming up yesterday. But he's a guy who really built towards the end of the year, and he was mixing it up at the World Championships. I remember we were going, okay, he's not had the best results this season, but he was skating really well at the Worlds back in March. And so, Corin Stoddart starting things off for the USA Eagles. Michelle Velzebor, Natalia Malashevska.
Well, the best way to get the action rolling is with a mixed team relay.
Four teams on track for this first
Very much just a sprint relay.
Team Netherlands, the Dutch Lions.
Michelle Velzebor starting this time, or the Velzebor sisters.
It's always a matter of which one do they start with, and then sometimes they even change it up for the second rotation. But Malashevska kept it close. It is Gabriela Topolska. Now, and Santos Griswold has some work to do for the USA Eagles. They will have Brandon Kim going in before Andrew Keogh.
Santos Griswold able to make that inside pass hold. But Brandon Kim, though, but he gets passed up the inside by Lin Xiaojun.
Number 1, Kristen Santos Griswold. 3, Corin Stoddart. 2, Andrew Keogh. And 23, Brendan Kim.
Dutch Lions leading the way. I think that's Melevent.
Yeah, we got the brother and the sister duos here.
That's an interesting combination. The Velzebor sisters and the Van Tvout brothers. I'm sure that's some kind of first. Either way, it is Jens Van Tvout. And that is Lu Xiaoang getting up into second ahead of Felix Pigeon.
One more time to the order. Michelle Malashevska, though, back on the heels. There's the tag up. Quick reaction from Topolska there.
Topolska doing well, and of course that is in order. A female skater exchanging with another one, but she just has a long way to go now.
6 laps to go. Still the Netherlands out in front.
Solo.
Team China sitting in
And
second.
it is Sandra Velzebor right now.
Kristen Santos Griswold, the Crystal Globe winner, on track right now. Here she comes, Santos Griswold pushing her teammate.
Mella Van Tvout coming in right now. Brandon Kim closing things up, third place. Top 2, remember, go to the A final. It's the first medal that'll be handed out tomorrow. Andrew Keogh. This is it. Jens Van Tvout, Lu Xiaoang, and Andrew Keogh. Keogh has some work to do. See if he can make it close, but it looks like it is going to be the Dutch Lions, Chinese Lungs, going 1-2.
Team Netherlands and Team China unofficially qualifying for the A final.
I remember all 4 of these sides have kind of done the work already, getting into that top 8, getting to that top 8 that will decide who gets to go to the Olympics when it's all said and done, too.
Well, for some of those teams like the Polishes are, that was just a relief in itself, making sure they were in the top 8 already. They'll still be able to compete in the B final, look for that 5th place position, those 5th place points. The Dutch Lions doing what they do best in the mixed relay, take control of the lead, start to finish, doing just that again here today.
The sibling connection.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen that before.
Yeah, no, it's definitely new to us.
We're used to at least a pair of siblings on the ice. But
exactly. Now we've seen it both, and hey, early dividends. Jens Van Tvout crossing first, heat number 2. We zip through these mixed relays because they're so much shorter. They're a sprint relay, so you sort of start in the middle of things. Here's the results. A final for the top 2, B final for the bottom 2. Second heat. Ice Maples, world champions. The Japanese Ninjas, Italian Gladiators, Korean White Tigers. And so gold and silver from the Worlds in this race. Canadians have Danjanu, Roussel, Brunel, and Kim Boutin. We'll see if
Courtney Sareau.
Oh, it is Courtney Sareau. Sareau, I believe, started yesterday.
Well, this is going to be a showdown here. This is 4 strong teams that can all compete, can all hold their own. That's the great thing with the mixed team relay, is that you only have to field 2 skaters of each gender. That allows some skaters that might not have quite as much depth, or some teams rather, to be able to compete in this event.
Italy going with one of their newcomers, Casinelli, on the men's side, along with Pietro Siegel, perhaps giving some final advice, Chiara Betti and Elisa Confortola.
Well, of all the teams that have a little bit of a weight lifted from their shoulders is the Italians, knowing that they are already qualified for the games.
Miyata Shogo, Yoshinaga Kazuki on the men's side. Kanai Rika, one of their women's skaters, and the other is Nakashima Midei.
Well, it looks like our track stewards have gotten the ice dialed in for this race here.
And did I see... I saw Rim Jong-un on the ice here. Jae Min-jong leading things off for them.
Go to the start. Ready.
Korean White Tigers going with Jae Min-jong and Kim Gi-lee.
Now we will have 4 teams of 14. Japan,
I believe it's Lee Jung-min alongside Rim Jong-un.
Number 5, Miyata Shogo.
Great start for Courtney Sareau here.
14, Italy, the
Betti,
Gladiators. Number 9,
a little bit of a wobble that opens the door to get Jae Min-jong back into the mix here for second. Brunel off the front.
Korea, the White Tigers. There's number 5, Choi Min-jong. Number 6, Kim Gi-lee. Number 111, Lee Jong-min. And 113, Rim Jong-un.
The Ninjas drifting off the back, but it is 3 bunched up now. Confortola has Kim Gi-lee right on her. And it's Lee Jung-min trying to make the move for second.
Nice inside, just making it look so effortless for Lee Jong-un. Eyeing up Felix Roussel. Smooth off the inside there.
And it is Danjanu in the lead. Siegel up into second, finding the opening.
White Tigers back into second position.
Danjanu. There is one incident that's going to be reviewed here. That's a heck of a push from Pietro Siegel.
Just holding on. What a wide exit there, building that speed up. That's the toughest exchange of the mixed relay. That one right there. Courtney Sareau just using that speed to create separation from the rest of the teams.
I believe the White Tigers might have switched up the rotation. It's Jae Min-jong finishing off the women's legs. I believe actually that's Rim Jong-un.
It is Rim there.
The youngster, 17 years old, chasing down Felix Roussel. The Gladiators losing a little bit of contact. And in comes Danjanu to try to finish things off. But he is under pressure. Here come the Korean White Tigers.
Oh, holds it, he holds it.
Goodness, what a move. That Lee Jung-min. And how How's that for a warning shot across the bow? The White Tigers are here for business. They are not here to play.
Well, William Dashew just losing his grip on that left blade as he put that foot down on the ice, losing some stability there. He was able to maintain it on that corner. He was so close. The amount of force he was able to squat from that low position and hold on to it.
Both teams will go to the A final, but wind in the sails of the Korean White Tigers.
Just out of interest, that was about 1 second off of the world record in the mixed relay, which is a 2:36.437.
I think that's the old record because it was beaten twice last year.
Oh yeah, well, how come they haven't updated this? Hey?
Canadians beat it in Beijing, and then
right.
the Dutch beat it in Beijing as well.
Well, we got to get them to update this site here.
That's your job. But I was caught unprepared both times when it happens. The first time in Beijing, I remember Dubois was pushing hard for the line, and there's a big fist pump because it was like a quarterfinal. And there was the half second of, wait a minute. And I sort of said that too. And then we did check. And we got it. We saved face relatively quickly. There you go. White Tigers, Ice Maples, A final. Lions, Lungs joining them as well. They will race for the medals when we are with you tomorrow when the World Tour session gets underway, and that will be the B final. The Eagles, Gladiators, Ninjas, and Hussars trying to pick up as many Olympic qualification points as they can. Now it is the ranking races. Now this is all about getting those potential Olympic qualifying spots. They won't get anything top 8, of course, this time, but they do want to keep themselves right as close as possible.
And there's 12 teams for the mixed team relay.
Oh, you're right. It's the other relays that there's 8.
Yeah.
I've confused myself.
Don't worry, that's why I'm here, Gavin.
Thank you for catching me. I just caught you on the world records. I believe that's called teamwork. So the Nomads, Falcons, Dalmatians, and Wolves.
This is now the ranking final mixed team relay race. These 4 teams going for important points for the World Tour season. We have Team Kazakhstan, the Nomads, wearing number 49, Alina Ashkalieva, number 76, Zeynep Kumarkan, 43, Lev Ichenko, and 50, Azad Azraev.
Right now.
For Team Hungary, the Falcons, we have 70, Somavi Barbara, number 71, Vegi Diana Baura, 45, Yasapati Pegger, and number 48, Moon Wunjun.
It's actually Mara Somodi on the ice right now.
Number 20, Valentina Askic, number 62, number 35, Martin Collins, and number 84, Ivan Martinic. Finally, 14, Germany, the Wolves. There's number 67, Vicky Jung, number 68, Betty Veske,
about to come in
92, Robin
for the Falcons. This is for 9th through 12th, we should say.
Everything going quite smoothly so far. Let's see how long that lasts as we move to the last 9.5 laps of this race here. Then jump with a nice inside pass. Can he hold it for third? He can.
As Gali Akhmatov on the ice for the Nomads as we get back to the women's skaters.
Teammate number 67, Young.
Myung-Bi Jung, who was just on the ice for the Wolves, and she goes to Betty Muska. They're a bit adrift right now as the Falcons with somebody on the front. It's Lev Ivchenko on the ice for the Nomads, trying to chase it down. And one final exchange coming. We'll see 2 laps to go. Peter Yashapati, Adil Galiakmatov, 1 and 2.
Well, a great exchange from the Nomads. They were able to transition that into an inside pass for the lead with Galiakmatov.
There's Galiakmatov leading the way on Yashapati. Ben Jung made the move for second, or for third rather, but it will be the Kazakh Nomads getting the ranking finals victory. Results really coming into play over the rest of the World Tour season. Any points you can scratch your way to getting, they will take. So that will take us actually to our next ice resurface break. Our final flood of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just see. There you have it. Nomads, Falcons, Wolves, then Dalmatians. So we are getting back in about 16 minutes. We'll have the women's 500 meters repechage heats. And then we'll have the ranking final for the men's 5,000 meter relay. So one final block of racing to come before we sign up for the day. But don't go anywhere. one final block of races to come here in Montreal, and then we will be back with you tomorrow morning for the repechage morning. Gets going at 10 a.m. local time. Check local listings. And then in the afternoon, bit of a change of format. Usually we started last year with the mixed relay. That was the first medal being given out, but of course with the Olympic year, there's a change of schedule. So the first medals we're going to give out are the men's 500 meters. So we'll have some quarterfinals and semis before that. And then we'll be getting into relays and 1500 meters. The women's individual medal tomorrow is the 1000. The men's individual ones will be the 500 and the 1500, and there will also be the women's 3000 meter gold medal.
We found 2 credit cards outside of the arena. If you have lost your credit card, please go to the welcome desk to claim it. You will be required to show a photo ID. Si vous avez perdu votre carte de crédit, nous avons retrouvé 2 cartes de crédit dehors à l'extérieur de l'aréna.
Now I have it in my own mind trying to wonder, what was our schedule like last year? Anyway, let's not worry about that. Tomorrow, the first medal is the 500 meters for men. Let's get back to the racing. Repechage quarterfinals now. There are 8 heats in the women's 500 meters. Just the winner from each race, and up to 2 fastest second place skaters qualify for the repechage semifinals. So your best odds are going out and winning the race. Are out on the ice. Chiara Betty would be odds-on pick to win that one. She just missed reaching the World Tour session this morning. She is the 14th ranked skater in this distance. There's Petra Vankova, Czech Ice Spiders. There's also Katarina Buric, Croatian Dalmatians, Danuccia Chataisong of the Thai Elephants, and Alyssa Pak of the Singapore Gazelles. We'll zip through these races pretty quickly, and then we'll have one final race. That is the men's 500 meter relay ranking final.
Go to the start.
Betty quickly out. Speed skating family. Sister Margarita coming up through the ranks. And their brother who does long track as well. But this is Betty's race to make a bit of a statement here.
Well, Betty keeping the pace high. She knows that that time is really going to count in the next round of this repechage 500 meter event.
Wants to get out.
You see that speed track. She's not under pressure. She can skate that exit very wide. Good build of speed on the exit of the turn.
Vankova and Buric in a battle for second, and it is Betty crossing first. Vankova second. Buric made it close, but just not enough. And Chiara Betty, a 44.62. Of course, as Tyler mentioned, the time determines the seedings and where they line up for the repechage semifinals. And in a race like the 500, position 1 is where you want to be. Clean race. So Vankova on the clock with a 45.811 unofficially. So those repechage semifinals, it's usually 0 margin for error. There's one skater going through. There you go, 45.811 is Vankova's confirmed time. Number 2 out on the ice, one of the greats. In the 500 meters, Fan Keshin, Eva Glunuyu, Hyojin Kim, the Australian Racing Roos, Svetlana Rapetska of the Ukrainian Wildcats, and Hedvig Hilda of the Norwegian Vikings. And I don't actually see Hilda, so we might be down to 4 in this one. Indeed we are.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's possible she's not quite back up to 100% after a heavy collision yesterday and trying to recover for next weekend's races, but it's Fan and Grenouille off and away.
Number 15 from
French skater just starting her career.
And 96 from the Ukrainian Wildcats, sitting in fourth position, Svetlana Ravetska.
Grenouille doing a terrific job staying with Qualification here.
Only the winner will
Get the bell this time around. Grenouille right in the slipstream. Is she ambitious enough to make a move if there's an opportunity? She's right up behind Fan.
Grenouille, great job getting 2 crossovers in, but nowhere to go.
Van Keshen holds her off. Experience versus youth, and experience wins that one. Two-skater race, though, the whole way. Another clean race. 44.848. Grenouille's time. That is the faster of the 2 races right now. Are you going to make your prediction to see if those hold up?
I like the 44.84 of Grenouille. That one, well, there's only 2, so I mean,
it's going to be tough. It's tough to pick this one.
It's tough. I think that one has a shot, but again, we've got to consider those advancement potentials with, what, 6 more heats to go here. Could eat up one of those time advancements.
44.848, the official confirmed time for Eva Grenouille, finishing second there. Third heat, Yana Khan, Tineke Dendulk, Phoebe Stenz, Annabelle Green, and Chloe Cameron, a pair of Royals, an Ibex, an Ice Bear, and a Nomad. Green had a blade change earlier, and it did not look like she was able to get comfortable on it, so she's at a position 4 now. And first off the line, she does there to get up into second. A good jump for Annabelle Green.
Anna Khan with a little bit of a slip on that exit. Able to maintain that lead position.
Belgium, Tineke Dendulk. From Switzerland, La Suisse, Phoebe Stenz.
The opportunity, Green
from the British
looking
Royals,
outside,
Annabelle
looking
Green,
inside.
Representing the Royals.
Didn't fully commit to that outside move.
A little bit of a bump from behind from Tineke Dendulk. There's another little bit of a contact there between the skaters, so close together here. Annabelle Green now setting up one good shot here in the last lap.
Almost got squeezed up behind, and that's cost her second place. And there's a bump for Tineke Dendulk, and it's Yana Khan hanging on for the victory.
Well, Yana Khan skated a very good defensive tight track exit on that last lap to fend off Annabelle Green, who was setting up to look inside. She wanted to go inside, but there was no room to go with that defensive track pattern from Yana Khan.
When you just skate into the back of her, there goes all your speed. That opened the door for Dendulk.
Exactly. That transition of speed kind of pushes Yana Khan up ahead and then opens up a little bit of a gap for Dendulk right there.
Sort of bodied off there. Dendulk, the bigger skater, to get up into second. There is a review in progress, by the way. And it is possibly shared responsibility, though, between Dendulk and Green. This is the moment here. So one going out, one going in. They bump shoulders.
There's that little push there that kind of created that gap.
So we'll go down to the ice.
No penalty for shared responsibility between number 59 Belgium and number 51 Great Britain.
So there you go. 45.714. That means Dendulk is now the new fastest third place time, knocking out Petra Vankova.
Sorry, third place time?
Second place time. You know what I mean. Oh, no, wait, hang on.
No,
what
no.
am I doing here? Yeah, it's first automatic skater and second place time. So that was okay. Dendulk's second place time is now faster than Vankova's from heat number 1.
Yes.
The back, please.
Colin won the heat, I can tell you that much.
There we go. Lots of racing left here. I think there's still some strong skaters here. They're going to push those times down.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting heat here. Elena Krylova, Lamchinyan, Leia Popovikova, Barbara Gakova, and Malika Yermak. And it is Krylova, the independent neutral athlete, off in front.
We're not too familiar with Krylova, but she has speed. We saw her one race earlier. She was quite strong in this 500-meter event. I'm expecting a mid-low 44-second time from her.
It's Krylova well off and away. Yermak up into second. Lamb lost some speed there, sort of getting on the back seat coming out of a corner. Looks like Krylova going wire to wire. See how this time compares. Yermak going to come up for second place.
Unofficially moving on to the
45-1-7 for Yermak in second place, and so that might be the new second fastest second place result. It's a mouthful. But all the while, that second place time, Eva Grenouillou is holding up. Look at the race there from Krylova. Go. Krylova through. Yermak waiting. 3 more heats left. Diana, Laura Vegi, Barbara Somogi. I'm ahead of myself. We have 4 heats to go. Camila Cellier, thank you, Tyler. Valentina Askic, Betty Muske, Diana Michalchuk, and Berenice Combi.
Well, I think this combination of Cellier and Askic here can push that time. I expect us to be in that 44 range.
2 skaters ranked in the top 20 in the world.
Go to the start. Ready.
It is Cellier. Lost half a stride off the opening, but then roared back to take that first corner all by herself. And Cellier and Askic. Combi also there up into third.
68, representing the German Wolves, Betty Muske.
Well, Askic is trying to defend that second position from Combi, so she's not able to focus on a speed track to try to close the gap on Cellier right now.
Combi closes up again. She's going to push it up the inside, and they're both down and into the boards. It is Cellier and Muske now. And it is Camila Cellier taking it. Muske will go second with about a 45.36. And I think Berenice Combi's hand is stuck under the mats. She couldn't pull it out there. She gets it out. But that will certainly get a review. It's one of those ones where it was almost a moment's hesitation going into the pass, and it looks like that might have led to the incident.
It's always nerve-wracking when you see those skaters intertwined going into the mats like that, with their legs and blades right in tight. Here's another look at that pass.
They're shoulder to shoulder by the time they come together, but that's a top speed collision.
Just get worried about those skates coming the backside there.
That's one thing we do know, Cellier won.
I think potential maybe failure to give way from Combi there on that inside pass attempt, which could be a potential advancement for Askic on that from second position.
She was in second, as Tyler just mentioned. They will take a look. Combi have been swarming all over the back.
Well, what we saw is Celia got off to that quick start, that little gap created. She could skate more freely, focus on a speed track, but Askic was under pressure the whole time from Combi, so she wasn't able to go to a wide entry exit to build that speed up. She was more heavily focused on defending that second position.
So here's looking at it again. Combi very deep inside there, inside that blue line. So she might have had the speed to beat Askic, but is this where the experience would come into play? The more experienced skaters know that maybe I can wait for one more chance, or maybe this isn't the right time to make a pass. It's all decision making at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes when you're a bit younger skater and you want that pass to happen right away, it's like we talked about.
Penalty, number 64, France. Advancement, number 20, Croatia.
There you go, Berenice Combi penalized. You were saying?
Just learning to have that patience to wait for the right opportunity. We've talked about it a little bit before. Here's a look at that pass, the failure to give way, but you have usually one really good opportunity to make that pass, and making it in the middle of the race at the highest speed is the most challenging time to do it. You know that the pace is probably going to slow down a little bit in that final lap, and that may be your better opportunity to make that pass.
So now there's just one second place in the offing, and Eva Grenouillou on the hot seat. This one has the two Hungarian Falcons, Vegi and Samogi. Zeynep Kumar Khan, Kanai Rika, and that one, Isabel Caicedo. It's the battle of the Falcons, and it's Vegi bringing that one back, though. No contact so far as I know.
The officials identified something that they identified as not an equal or fair start. There must have been a clash. We do have two of the skaters going to get their blades checked. The officials were checking the ice to see if there's any pieces of a blade left behind from that incident. We're getting a blade change. That was very quick. You could just see that skate clash there between Rika Kenai and Zeynep Kumar Khan.
Right there, I believe. That's just the slightest thing. Kenai Rika. Zeynep Kumar Khan locating the blades checked. Well spotted by our officials.
Yeah, they got a keen eye down there.
Take two goes. Everybody comes back to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
And everybody gets through. This time it's Samogi who jumps up to the lead. And Kumar Khan up now into second.
Great work from Kumar Khan there, moving into that second position, tracking down Samogi.
74 representing the Japanese Ninjas, Kanai Rika, and number 61 representing Team Colombia.
Vegi taking a look up the inside. That forces Kumar Khan out wide, drops the speed, and now Kanai has an opportunity.
In the last lap now, it's Samogi Barbara. She's our leader.
Samogi now under pressure from her teammate. It could be an all-out dash to the line. Who can reach? I don't know.
Very tight.
Vegi might have gotten it.
At the line, photo finish between the two Hungarian skaters.
That was a tight finish. That race was just inside the 44s. So a few things could be potential advancement there. That pass from Vegi on Kumar Khan was very tight. We'll be reviewing that.
44.848 is the time to beat.
So if there is an advancement here, that's going to consume the time entry positions. Here's to look from that pass for Mbeki. She wasn't really initially attempting to make that pass, and then kind of late in the moment of the straightaway chose to go for it, so potential failure to give way on that, which led to Kumar Khan being pushed out, dropping back in position.
And to the ice we go.
Penalty, number 71, Hungary. Advancement, number 76, Kazakhstan.
And there you go. And so that ends the second place options. The advancement of Kumar Khan, Begi, failure to give way. A sort of mentioned undecided and then late commitment to that pass looks like it cost her. But one of the Falcons got through, Samogi. But that just means these last two heats are skating for the win. No worries about time. Of course, there are the worry about time to get your spot, a different spot on the start line. So time is a factor, of course, still here. Sidorko, Jansone, Konya, Levesque, Lote. And once again, they spotted something. We'll get called back.
This is the second to last rep quarterfinal race. 5 skaters in this one. Wearing 98 from the Ukraine, Wildcats, Yelizaveta Sidorko, 81, representing the Latvian Golden Stars, Anna Jansone.
There we just saw the contact there between Konya and Jansone.
There's Jansone stumble there. And we'll bring him back and give it a checked out. There the ice, of course. And Levesque, positions 1 and 4 on the start line, are ranked 31st and 32nd in the world.
Go to the start.
And this time they're all through, and it's Sidorko off to the lead. Konya behind them, and Levesque with work to do.
Out in front, she's followed in second by Konya Zsofia from Hungary. Kevin troisième position, la Française Aurélie Levesque.
Levesque sizing up a move for second. Where's the opening going to be? Konya keeping it close to Sidorko.
Konya looking to try to set something up. Little contact on the back. Sidorko there, she loses her footing on the exit.
Trying to keep what pace she can, hanging on. Here comes Sidorko.
Wildcat is able to hold on to it, and that's an unofficial victory for Yelizaveta Sidorko.
A little heart attack, I'm sure, there for a moment, wondering if the race was flashing before her eyes, but she just kept it upright, kept her competitors behind her. There's a big puff of the cheeks.
Really impressed. She was able to keep her speed up after that slip up on that exit. Stay ahead of Sofia Konya there. There's a little bit of a contact on the entry to that turn. That might have just sent her balance off a little bit as she went to her pivot and then was trying to regain that stability on the exit here. There's that contact, arms go up. Now she goes again, but she's still not quite balanced. Legs are fatigued.
Quick try to pump of the legs there. Set up for the corner. Levesque just no opening there.
Tanya, at the same time as she's trying to set up the pass, is also trying to defend Levesque behind her.
One more to go. And Sidorko goes through. Of course, no longer second place an option. One final heat to go before we get to the final race of the day. This one, 3 skaters do not have a world ranking. That's Myungbi Jung, Tamara Tokarova, and Chung Xiaoying. But Lee So-yoon, Nakashima Mide do.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start, everyone through the corner. Jung thought she might have had it for a moment there, but Nakashima was able to get back up into second and is now pressuring Lee So-yoon.
Nakashima Mide, 67, representing the German Wolves, Myungbi Jung, 92 with the Slovakian Ice Deer.
Nakashima with a good setup on that turn. Look at the inside. Whoa, big heavy shoulder contact from Lee So-yoon.
Lee So-yoon throwing the shoulder out there. But who's going to benefit is Myungbi Jung, the German Wolf, as that gets reviewed, but now it's going to close it up. Here comes Tamara Tokarova. Can she make a late portion? The taller skater might have the reach at the line. That's going to be close.
Between the German and Slovakian skater.
That was very tight between Jung and Tokarova.
The Korean White Tiger and the Japanese Ninja.
That one will get reviewed. There will be a review. And there's also going to be a photo at the line. How important might that photo be to decide who gets to race in the repechage semifinal?
That'd be huge. Let's get another look at that inside pass.
Nakashima had to move up the inside, but then
just there's that extra movement over to the left, outside to in.
Well, bam. That would be a possible lane change outside to in.
It was a great setup from Nakashima. Good acceleration through the turn. There's that secondary motion over.
You'll see on the photo too.
Oh, yeah.
I think if Tokarova wanted it again, she would want a bigger reach. She didn't get the leg out much. And wait, 1/1000th of a second, Tokarova takes it.
Her blade's just maybe a half-inch longer, and that's the difference.
Just enough. So she wins the heat. We know that now. We don't have it confirmed either yet, so I might retract my enthusiasm. Never want to get that quite wrong. But this would possibly be an advancement for Nakashima if that is ruled a lane change. And so yes, it is now confirmed. Tokarova will race in the repechage semifinals. It's a good result for her.
Here's another look. Reverse shift over to the left. And a secondary effort there, the arm getting up.
Penalty, number 79, Korea. Advancement, number 30, Japan.
And there you go. So Lee is penalized, Nakashima is moved on, and yeah, as Tyler pointed out, she makes the one shift over and then a second one. There's once, and then again, there's just nowhere for Nakashima to go but down. Good results for Tamara Tokarova now, though, into a repechage semifinal. Our final race of the day, just one relay. And this one has 4 teams. We had a couple relays with 5 teams, and things got really dicey. Confirmation of who will move on to the repechage semifinal. That will go Sunday. 3 advancements: Valentina Askic, Zeynep Kumakai, and Nakashima Mide. So, The ranking final for the men's 5,000 meter relay. The USA Eagles, Hungarian Falcons, Polish Hussars, and German Wolves. And a team like the Hussars, that perhaps unfamiliar territory. There's certainly some strength in that side. They start with Nivinsky, Yashapati for the Falcons, Di Clemente for the Eagles. This is just for position, so no worries about time.
In this 5,000 meter ranking final, we'll have Team USA, the Eagles, wearing number 22, Andrew Hill,
I think these
28,
teams are just going to
Clayton
let the
Clemente,
pace slowly build up.
Marcus
No
Howard,
pressure right
and
now to
151,
push for
Wesley
time at all or take any risks
14
early.
Hungary, the Falcons. There's
Laps
number
click by a
45,
little bit.
Yasapati Peter, number 48,
on the front
June,
for the
64,
Wolves.
Nogrady Bense,
Not a lot of
and 101,
oomph in those pushes.
14 Poland, the Hussars, we have number 11, Michał Niwiński, numéro 37, Yannick Sellier, numéro 42, Félix Pigeon, and number 131, Nathan Thomas. And finally, 14, Germany, the Wolves. There's number 92, Robin Bendig, number 93, Jonas Kammermuller, number 94, Ben Jung, and 95, Jonathan Roskender.
Bendig leading the way. So the getting to know you stage of the race. So you were mentioning earlier, Michał Niwiński started. So what does that mean in relation to the finish? Where would he likely be?
It'll be the second last leg before the finish. So typically your starting skater is your second last finisher, and then they hand off or exchange with the second skater who will be your finishing leg last 2 laps of the race.
That means Félix Pigeon. Finish there is Hio, usually the guy who finishes the races for the USA Eagles relays. Park on the front right now. Emil T-Boys. And for the Hungarian Falcons.
When the race starts a little bit slower pace like this, the skaters aren't expending as much energy. You can expect some fireworks and bursts of speed in the final stages of this race as the legs will be a bit more fresh. The abuse on the ice is even a little bit less because they're not applying as much pressure in those earlier laps. So you can expect a lot of people trying to attack later in this race.
Pigeon inside, Hammermuller for third. The Eagles lead the Falcons, lead the Hussars, lead the Wolves. We are inside 30 to go. As my esteemed colleague next to me always points out, it's usually around 20 where business really starts to pick up.
Hungary, third is Poland, and fourth is Germany.
Marcus Howard will give way to Clayton Clemente. On the race, Peter Yashapati on course for the Falcons, and Michał Niwiński doesn't have to worry about checking up at the scoreboard to see how his time might line up this time around. He did in the 1,000 individual. Exchange for the lead, the Falcons.
A nice clean exchange to take control of this race. Now we watch to see which team is going to try to make that first move. Who's going to attack? Keep an eye on the Polish Hussars. They're third. They don't want to move up from that position. They may be first to try and strike, but challenging from third to overcome 2 teams ahead of you.
Peter Yasapati in the front again as the leadoff skaters back on the ice.
20 lap marker is passed by. We expect to see things start to move. The pace has now really dropped down to that 9-0 marker.
Hio on Moon for the lead.
just like ever so slightly, the pace is just building and building throughout that race, and all of a sudden you look up, okay, we're doing 8/7 now.
Sylvier gets the Hussars into second. He's wanting more. He thought about doing it again.
Thomas following behind Marcus
Thomas of the Hussars right now, but he's under a bit of pressure from T-Borks.
This is a ranking final. The goal here is to win the race to get as many points as
Nivinsky
possible.
gonna rev it up now.
2025, 2026
Clemente,
World Tour
it is
season.
all compact right there.
14 laps to go.
Oh, and it's a German fall. There's no tag up right away.
Unfortunate fall by Team Germany.
On their own, I think that was Jonathan Roskenblack.
Continue on with just over half a lap behind now.
Delaying the tag up as the wet ice wears down. That's when the unfortunate incidents can happen.
Cellier setting up there, but big deep track put down.
Nathan Thomas, is this going to go for the lead? Yes, it is. Now there's the lap skater to worry about. They'll give way as best they can, as they should. Nice job there. Nathan Thomas in front. Nivinsky, Di Clemente now chasing.
The leader, Di Clemente, sitting in second.
More of a speed track here for Nivinsky. Nice wide entry there. Not under pressure yet for Clayton Di Clemente.
And a look at our finishers. Pigeon now inside, 7 to go. Sylvier on the front.
Now Cellier opening up, turning the throttle. 2 crossovers in here to build some speed.
And for the lead, Howard makes it stick. Or can he? No, Thomas fights back.
It was a great exchange, but Howard just couldn't hold that corner exit.
One more exchange to come. Di Clemente trying to go for the lead. Nivinsky around the outside, and that's opened the door.
Well, that's huge for the Falcons, because now they exchange with 2 to go. With Won Jun Moon in the front of this race, who's been skating phenomenally this weekend, looking on fly now.
Won Jun Moon going to get the bell. Here comes Felix Pigeon.
Crossovers all the way around on that lap.
Let's see if he can dash for the line. Moon trying to hang on. Here comes Pigeon. No, he lost it on the corner a little bit. And that allowed Won Jun Moon to take it. But there's that exchange with Nivinsky and Di Clemente, just shoulder to shoulder, nobody giving an inch. And that slowed them both down, and Yastapati went, yes, please, thank you very much.
Well, they were just so tight going down the straightaway. Nivinsky wasn't going to give an inch to allow Clayton Di Clemente to go by, but because of that, neither of them were able to skate that entry to the corner, get any speed going, and then they swing out on the exit to try to rebuild. Well, guess who's flying from back? Peter Yashapati is able to capitalize on that opportunity in that moment and set his team up for that victory.
See if we can get a look at that last little move. Cellier, certainly an animator. You have the time to looking, hey, what are you doing? I'm going up the inside. Unfortunate for the Germans. They were doing a good race. They were hanging in at that point as the pace was really picking up.
This was that Howard inside pass, but Thomas jumping right back on it, and this is the exchange we were talking about. Nowinski. The Eagles had a really good exchange, trying to push Clemente into the front. Nowinski saying, hey, no, 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 no. But look at that, no crossovers in.
He's just he's a much bigger guy, is Nivinsky. Thomas held his own, but that slowed both of them down, and that led to the Falcons winning the race. They are reviewing that. Yeah, so it is possible lane change from outside to in is the ruling. But I mean, it looked almost more than anything, it was just Nivinsky leaning on Di Clemente and vice versa. But I'm not the official.
No, yeah, Nowinski wasn't making any big movements, but he was on that line coming down the straightaway, so he was angling towards the corner throughout, but it wasn't one singular. Let's watch it again here. You see, he just holds it. There's a little bit of a right pump there on the second push. He just kind of steadily just angles towards pinching off that entry.
So this is for...
Again, just holding that lean there, just kind of pushing over.
So remind me, this is for 9th to 12th.
Yes.
Right.
9th to 12th positions, but you know, when you're adding up your best results, that 9th may be critical points.
How much of it is that just Nowitzki's just such a strong guy?
He's got a little bit of a weight advantage on Clayton Clemente there.
And he will go down to the ice.
Stephen Goff there, throw up the peace sign.
Penalty, Team Poland.
And that is the ruling, is that there was a lane change outside to in, and so we'll get that angle here now. Causing obstruction is the ruling.
Yeah, you see how wide Nowitzki is there, and he just kind of keeps pinching that off, cutting across the track down the straightaway.
So it is a penalty for the Polish Hussars. But that does not take the victory away from the Hungarian Falcons, since they will pick up 9th in the men's relay. That's the top 10 for the USA Eagles. And that concludes qualifying day number 2. And so when next we speak to you, we'll be getting into the meat of the program. We will start with the repechage Saturday. That's gets going, pardon me, at 10 a.m. Eastern time, wherever you may be watching us from. Just do the time zone comparison, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So on behalf of the entire crew and Tyler Dara, my associate next to me, my name is Gavin Day. Talk to you tomorrow as we get into the World Tour. Goodbye.